We are live. Finally.
The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Action.
Damn. I clicked the button by mistake. Yay! Finally, we're live. Yeah, accidentally launched something while it was running. CPU was maxed out, so I had to wait till it finished. Who's out there? Anybody? Got fed up with waiting? It's been a bit of a rush putting it together tonight, but we'll see how it goes. How many people show up again? What is it? Lunchtime in UK at the moment. On Sunday night here, still heading on to. No, it'd be Sunday, wouldn't it? In the UK, Sunday lunch. So we'll be heading on to Monday soon, half an hour. Welcome any podcasters joining us, since I upload there too. Today we're talking about Google and Warner Brothers uses censorship and wrongful copyright to silence UFO channels. And that's one of the reasons I didn't really bother doing much this week, because I had to deal with lots of other nonsense like that, as well as working on the Skywatch code project, setting it all up. Got some demo stuff to show you, but we'll be as soon as we get some better weather over here, we might be able to do a live stream event afternoon to evening, and we'll see how that goes. Probably UKers will be in bed though, unless they're morning early risers. Thought we had some people going to join us. Yeah, just push it around just to make sure. So I've just put up my website link there where you can have a look around. Looks like that's working alright today. Yeah. Let's say zero watching. I don't know if that's true. Is there something wrong with the stream? Anybody out there? Says everything's okay here. As far as I can see, it should be up and running. But Google's always tinkering If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Most of the time it was adding in censorship, wasn't it? Shogun, where did you go to? I think you might be the only one that was on before. So, where do we begin? At the beginning. First of all, start off what I've been up to. We're getting there. I've just noticed the icons disappeared here. Why, I don't know. There's some strange stuff happening. Why is the icon to the program I'm using disappeared? Unbelievable. Well, if I calibrate it to one of mine, it's always going to work. Let's see. This is a problem with apps, obviously. It's got to be some bug where you create a shortcut and for some reason, have we got a telescope for skywatching? Probably not. The old Windows icons are pretty crappy. We could use a camera, I guess. Change it to a camera icon. Maybe it'll let me select it. There we go. That looks better than a blank piece of paper. Okay. So I've set up the software. Let's see if it runs. I've lost the side chat. Who's that disappeared to? So I'm not sure how many hours we're going to do, but we'll see how we go. It's nearing midnight, as I said. Yeah, that'll score right now. Let's just run it up, see what happens. So I thought I'd keep looking for some software that can control the last camera setup, which is this one up here. And it's certainly lagging a bit. Well, it comes up a bit quicker than that. I guess must be, this is where we're might find problems. What is that one? That one seems to have a problem. I've got something strange going on my internet on the router side of things now. And yeah, it's finally come up. So there's my last camera I bought here. This is the first one I bought, which is a 2K with 20 times optical zoom. And you can see in 2 years that the quality of the chips is way better. You can see the clouds here. These are all set on infrared at the moment. Hey Shogun, you finally joined us. Thought I was going to be doing a show alone again. So this one here allows me to do remote control to it. I can zoom in and zoom out, but I'll be testing it during the day to night time and see how we go. We might be better focusing on stuff in the sky, like the moon and stuff again. And I got some presets set up here so it rotates around instead of me having to do it the hard way here. So go to preset 3. So I've got it waterproof more, and I've got it under some eaves in the corner of the house because where my bedroom is, there is none. So we can see a cloud there, so we can see this part of the cloud bank here. This is where it's filming in the corner of the house over that way. Go to the next preset. What's it not scrolling? Not enough CPU maybe. Of course, we're going to pick up bugs probably. 4. Goes around a bit more. There we go. You can see the top of the corner of the house now. But we got no moon. And it makes it really dark. And we got overcut all these clouds as well. It's not helping. We can still keep going, I think. Not sure what preset I had for it. 7 probably. We can keep on going. So we're looking pretty much straight up at the moment. And we should see the edge of the concrete block here. Now we can go down. So the arrows are backwards at the moment. So up is actually down because the camera's upside down, right? So they haven't given us any options to switch these. So we want to go down, so we've got to press the up one. Unless I've emailed them about it, whether they implement it, I don't know. So now we can start to see some trees. What are we looking at there? Just trying to see if it's in focus. You can see... Alright, so this is where I normally put my compass. Smartphone slides in a little packet. You can see it's got some water on top still. So it's gone a wee bit too low because it's looking slightly down. So we want to go back up. You can see it's pretty clear. Up to, let's see, 5 meters. And then as it gets further away, it's a bit hard. I don't think we can see any stars there at the moment. But at least it's in focus now. There's no... This is meant to be focus, but it doesn't seem to work. Because it's got an automatic focus. Yeah, I can't see any stars there, or planes. Never is planes when I'm doing this, is it? So we should see... looks like there might be some water droplets on the screen here too, making blurriness. So we can often see planes coming along here, then turn, and then we see them go over here, or over here, and then we'll see them come down here. But on this we can follow the plane and zoom in. So if we go zoom, you can see we've got quite a lot of optical zoom there, but we've got nothing to focus on. We really need a moon to focus on, and then it will calibrate probably, or plane in the sky, but it'll be like a blurry blob in the sky if it doesn't focus. Why is it not zooming out? It's a wee bit slow, I think. So it's going to be challenging running this thing. So even if it's freezing cold outside or super hot outside, you can just do this from remotely, and probably could even do it on the web actually. But then we open up to security problems. But yeah, probably could do it remotely, as long as probably could set up a guest password to it and people could control it remotely. Might be a future project. Yeah, it'd be good to be able to stream it live, eh? That would be, just 24/7. Google wouldn't be too happy though. But yeah, unless you're watching this, if you're on a podcast, you won't see what I'm showing. But you can jump on later if you're driving, and jump onto the YouTube channel later. So I did actually take some snapshots of so I have been busy in between being sick, of course, with the liver problem, and still giving me jip. I can't handle too much greasy stuff anymore. It's got worse. So yeah, sort of just being careful. And I've just been exhausted, but yeah, I've been working on that, and it's been raining, which has been reducing me going outside. But I'll take an outside picture of what I've got set up eventually again. But what's good about the program is you can actually record all 4 screens directly via the software. I don't know. We just have to test it out. I might have to get rid of the side chat thing here and gain some more CPU and see how it goes. But yeah, we've got some images here that I took earlier. Let's just bring it up when we had the moon. So what was that one? So I can see one star here, so we should be able to get it. You can see the moon sort of illuminating a bit of the tree there. So the moon was there, northwest, and now it's gone below the horizon, I think, or it's close to going below the horizon. It's a bit early, I know, but it's gone by midnight. It was going down before 10 o'clock in the last few days. But yeah, and that one's obviously on colour. You can see colour. But these ones are on infrared. If we go to the next image, we got the moon. Now you can see it's off the edge here on this camera. Yeah, but we can see it there. And the camera's the other side of the corner of the house over here, and it's looking this way. So we got pretty much, if anything's going to happen, any UFO wants to show themselves up, we might be able to capture it, right? And I set the camera up to automatic, where it goes, mixes in some red light with infrared, I think, on this camera, and they sort of mix it somehow, and not sure if that works out better for seeing stuff. But we can sort of see that looks kind of greenish with a slight orange filter or whatever it is. That's meant to be the moon. I don't think it's orange though. It's just a filter. So they haven't... I could play around with that, I think. But I'm not sure this program has it. Oh, here's a plane. Let's see if we can see it. It'll probably take too long to come up though. Always want to close it down, right? The plane flies over within about 15 seconds. They fly pretty fast. It's gone. We missed it. That's a shame. It would have been good to see if we could capture it, especially if it's coming over this way. Anyway, we'll leave that for another sky event. It's more than other UFO channels are doing, right? I want to do sky watching the correct way. I've set up this Vivaldi, I don't know how you say the stupid name. Why couldn't they choose a normal name? Why couldn't they call it Master Browser or something, you know? So this is what I've been setting up as well. And this is the control software you get with the web page. And this is what's good about this browser. It allows us to put multiple things on the screen at once. So this is how you should be doing skywatching, right? So I'm over in this area here. We can see where the planes are. Alright. And that's the one we just heard fly overhead, going this way to the airport. And this one's over here is all the satellites in the sky, and at the moment it's saying there's none. So that's from heavens above, which you can get on your smartphones. But also they have one for PC. I'll just reload that just to make sure it's right. Alien, you're in the way. Okay, click that one, we get full screen. And that's all the stars you should be able to see if you've got good eyes or good camera. Magnitude up to magnitude 5. And if you don't have clouds, of course. So we got north, west, east. But I think it's backwards because you're meant to be using that to look upwards rather than downwards. So they normally flip east and west around. So it gets a wee bit confusing. So should be looking for stars this direction on that new camera. The long screen one, the 180 degree one. But you can see, I don't think there's any moon on there. But I've got other tabs to look up more information, including where all the rain clouds are. And also another one of all the satellites that meant to be over top. And we got the sound on. So there are a few satellites up there, but they're not visible. Starlink, I think. But according to Heavens Above, I think it does include them, none of these ones should be visible above us. Let me just zoom in a bit. Starlink, Starlink, Starlink. Elon owns the skies. And we've got some wind blowing outside at the moment. Why is it not releasing my zoom? Let's see. What's that one? Oh, that's the current one. Yeah, so we've also got weather map, so we can see what's going on with the clouds. You can see it's not looking really nice there. Can we zoom in on that one? We can do it this way. Make it bigger. Yeah, I kind of like this browser, but it's a bit more power consuming doing multiple windows like this. And we can zoom right in. So yeah, you can see this is where all the big rain clouds are. It looks like there's some dripping rain near us here. And we got where the moon is. It's almost sounds like that rain cloud's coming our way. When was that last snap though? Let's see, it must be almost upon us. It normally tells us at the top. We zoomed right in though. 12 midnight, so the last one is midnight. Okay. Yeah, so that sounds like the rain thing's on top of us. Okay, this tells us here information when the moon rises and sets. You can see there's no moon in the sky. It went at 11:40. We also got some other information here. And we can look up all the different planet locations. We can find out where Saturn is. And it tells us below the horizon. Now, how do we get back out of this? Close it. No. There's a way. Oh, that you click up that thing there. I'm just still learning this package. Moon. Below the horizon, so we ain't going to see the moon. Venus. I wonder where Venus is. Probably got the Mars. Can we see Mars? Mars below the horizon. See, everything's disappearing. What's that one? Mercury. Also not around. Sun. Way below the horizon. Yes. Uranus. Not there either. All our planets have been stolen. Neptune. Not there either. So there you go. Then we can go to this overhead one. And again, that proves we got to one there, Saturn, they reckon. But this might not have been updated, so let's just reload it. And make sure it's all current. It's got the right time up there. Let's have a look. So we can just click on the map. Saturn. I thought I clicked Saturn on the other one. It said it wasn't visible. Oh, right. Is that something to do with this edge here? It's right on the edge, is it? So yeah, I'm still trying to learn stars myself. Saturn. I thought we did check that one. Where's Saturn? There. Oh no. It is there. Obviously I missed that one. So it's smack on the east, and if you go to the other one, it should be on the east, but it says east. Yep, that's correct. So we might be able to see that on, if it wasn't cloudy, maybe. What magnitude is it? 0.8. That should be more visible. The smaller number, the more visible I think it is. So, it'll be something to play around with next time. And what's this one? Oh, it talks about the magnitudes. Magnitudes. Ever wonder if you can see NOAA satellites? If it's the ones that takes the weather maps, I think. Takes what we were looking at before, the rain clouds. It measures the rain. So the brightest satellites have a apparent magnitude of plus 5.5. So unfortunately we can't show it on the other map because it only goes up to 5. And we actually get negative numbers. So the sun is very bright at negative 26.7 magnitude. Venus minus 4. That's probably why it's bright. Full moon, as you know. Negative 12. And then the satellite going the other way. Naked eye limit 6.5. So I wonder if we can boost it up slightly higher than with the camera. As you know, that human eyes are a lot better than cameras though. But yeah, probably have to summarize that next time too. This probably have to be scaled down. Was it on 20? Oh no, we got looking straight up. There's the edge of the eaves. Yeah, I probably should readjust it back to normal position in case it rains. So then we can do that with presets on this browser. Let's just scale it up so I can see. So there we go. We can see the tree now. It's looking pretty good. Anyway, preset 1 goes to home position. 1, cool. Let's see what happens. And it's making noise. So when Gabber's outside freezing his butt off, I'll be in nice and toasty doing it like this. But I need more cameras still. Yeah, we need to scale it back down again. Looks like it's gone out of focus though. We got a ladder here. We should be able to see the ladder. Almost sounded like someone was breathing on the mic then. Outside. Doesn't it? Because it's got the sound on here. Sound like type sound, didn't it? I thought that was the focus there. To recalibrate it. Doesn't always seem to work. So yeah, like I said, it's older technology, this camera. Let's zoom out a bit. Is it doing it? I'll just get back this way. Oh, what's happened? Yeah, it doesn't seem to go into the exact same position. I think it's something to do with the motors are starting to wear out on it already. Zoom in. Yeah, I just can't see. The button's a bit small. Here we go. This one thing I haven't found is an option to make that full screen. Hey John, how's it going? I'll catch up in the side comments in a minute. Still can't see the ladder. Why is it not going into the right position? I don't know. Let's make it go down a bit. Oh, there's the ladder. Now it's coming to focus. It's got something to focus on. Yeah, I think it could be the camera will have to get replaced at some stage with a better one. But the ones with optical zoom normally cost twice as much money. And they're a lot bigger. But at least I know how to do it now. It cost me $200. I bought that a couple of years ago. And they said it was a 4K and it turned out to be a 2.5K one. But how many Skywatchers have you seen do this live like I do? Skywatch live with cameras? None. And when I tell them this is how you're meant to do it, and that way it's all documented. And of course, whatever you got here is being captured to the NVR at the same time, so you can always go back and replay it. And also, some of them have memory cards and record to that at the same time as well. So you got triple, double redundancy. Anyway, I like that browser with the zoom feature and the split. And you can tile how many you want, up to 4 maximum, I think it is. But yeah. It's all coming together. So I have been pretty busy doing that sort of stuff, setting it up. So just check that up on the software again. Unfortunately, I don't live on top of a mountain, so maybe if I did, I might be able to get some real good captures, right? So that's coming quite good there now. But you can see that it's too overcast and we can't see any stars. Oh, I can see some on that one now. I can see one. These cameras are newer, they've got better thing. It's grabbing, this problem is the software is grabbing my mouse control for some reason. And normally you can see tons of stars on this one, but you can see they're very faint too, especially on infrared. It should be the better than color mode, but you can see overexposes stuff where the infrared lights illuminate. So I would expect this camera to be lit up the same way this one is, right? Because that camera there is illuminating the shed. That's why we can see it, right? We're seeing it from that direction. That one looks almost white. This one looks almost normal. But it's got automatic exposure and all that, and we've got no way of overriding it. It's very limited. We only got a web page that you can do it on. Well, these other cameras have tons of settings that you can tweak. But anyway, we'll see how it goes. The next skywatching's coming up. As long as we don't get any more equipment failure, like if rain takes out the camera that I've tried to waterproof out there because it's upside down. It could be me having to save it for yet another camera. So yeah, here we got on the side chat. Shogun, is he still there? Welcome. John P. Ventures, I'm here for returning from nature. Is it a P1 or a P2? I'm here. YouTube. What's that? Hello, John. Pool with waves, lots P woman, don't tell my wife. Pool with woman, lots of women. Don't tell your wife. That sounds sneaky. What's all those dots meant to mean? Is that meant to be happy faces? Something strange going on there. Question, does every plane have to have flashing lights at high altitude? Unless they're military. They can turn it off, of course. And that's the problem, with especially in America, because they've got Air Force bases all over the place. As you know, Skinwalker Ranch especially. They're spying on us. Yeah, you live between NATO and Air Force bases. What do you expect when you're firing up rockets? That show just cracks me up. That Travis, he breaks all the rules of being a real scientist. A real scientist has to, peer review, but he jumps out as soon as they've had something happen. He jumps out with all these conclusions without analysing all the data properly and doing some basic Google searches before he jumps in with his big mouth. But anyway, I'm still yet to go through all those episodes on Corbell show for it, but it should be a hoot, as the Americans say. Okay, so on to the other stuff that I got listed. So I was a wee bit disappointed with Gabber yet again. This is a video from UFOman. He's in the top one, the first in the top 10, but he's actually in the top 5 worst shill fraud channels. The first one obviously is Tyler. He gets number 1 place still to today. He's never come out clean, apart from claiming that one was a joke or a test or something, which is nonsense, because we got the chat when he got exposed, proving that wasn't the case. Number 2 was Third Phase of the Moon, as you know, with their CGI fakes and filming on the island, claiming it's sent to them by the web. Number 3 in the top of the list would have to be Scott C. Warren. And the 4th one would probably be UFOman. He's growing bigger and he's shilling like crazy, getting all these shill people to interview on his channel, spouting their nonsense. He doesn't have any respect for the field whatsoever. It's just about sensation and attention grabbing and money grabbing. So here's one of the guys that he's promoting, the biggest shill in mainstream media right now, Corbell. Likes to wave his hands around very creepily. Let's see, Fox 10 is it? Let's have might be okay to play.
Never before has the U.S. government so publicly talked about and tackled this subject. It was kind of the...
Yeah, it's still all covered up though. There's not been anything that's come out.
Maker, great to see you again. The first time we spoke, it was about 15 years ago. People were looking at me askance in the newsroom when we had you.
least he's trimmed down his beard a bit. He was looking like someone from Lord of the Rings for a while, wasn't he? Is he going to wave his... Oh, no, he's not talking about the stupid triangles. Oh, yes, he is.
Since, the 2017, a lot of that through George.
So this is why he's the biggest shill in ufology on mainstream. Here we go. Here's the hands.
Way before, but even with Commander David Fravor, who is one of the top.
I don't really know. And the
Yeah, I'm not too sure on that David Fravor either. Remember he was bragging that he would shoot his plane with no engines on, or very quiet, and swoops over campfires and then sits off the afterburners and waits to see if there's any reports of UFO on MUFON database or whatever about it. There he is.
Terrestrial. Some of these
Pray to your maker, Corbell.
objects are certainly foreign adversarial nations.
Looks like he's talking about this guy's got a big pair of balls, doesn't it?
Some of them might be our black projects, but for sure, with 100% certainty, some of these objects, which have been in our skies since the moment humanity has taken flight, some of
soon as they started putting up balloons. But yeah, I suppose he's going to talk about the other crap too that he's put out recently. Let's have a look. We'll just skim it very quickly. Yes, the flares, is it?
I didn't work hard for a couple of years to obtain it all and earn the.
I don't know. What's that one?
lights.
Oh yeah, it is the flares.
That's right. That's what I thought too when I saw it. Initially I thought these were flares, and
That's because they are.
a couple of years to obtain it all and earn the trust of the Marines and let them say they would go on record.
Look, even when it's out of focus, you can see it flashing like a flare, right? So it's blinking like a candle.
With me. Now, it is an open investigation. People got so mad because I put it out not knowing yet.
So is that the flares or is that another video? It kind of looks like a plane, that one.
What it was. We still don't have definitive answers.
This was not a flare. This was not a flare drop, Jeremy.
So what you're seeing on the screen right now are called illumination flares, and those were shot up.
So yeah, he's trying to change the story, isn't he?
Over the object you're seeing on the screen now,
Okay.
or which is a triangle formation. Now, the internet, a number of people on the internet have
No, that's flares, and the other one's above the flares as well. Like I was talking about, two flare drops at the same time.
really solid case that they believe that these are flares. Where I'm stuck is we have all the.
So we spent ages looking over all this and doing the video analysis on it, and clearly you could tell it was flares, right? And we could see them not evenly spaced. Well, this video is deceptive because it's not showing them.
The eyewitness testimony where the Marines feel that they saw a craft. So we have to really get direct and conclusive answers. This may end up being flares like the internet thinks, but we have to find hardcore evidence exactly when those were shot up, if those were.
Right.
So great filming there. It's all out of focus.
I want to show, let me show quickly the Phoenix Lights video so people
Oh, God, we know that's flares too.
can compare and contrast. Our governor at the time, Fife Symington, he saw the object. There it is.
Yeah, but what they don't tell you here, I'm not sure if I could bring it up, there's a mountain range, and these lights are actually behind the mountain range, and as they fall down, the mountain range is at different heights, and the lights go out not like flares would normally do, like the first one drop goes out. Let's see, can we get the filter up on this? Where is it? Let's see, can we actually see the mountain range on this? Basically what you do, this is where you normally get the daytime shot and overlay it, right, like I normally do. I'm not sure if we can see the mountains. Doesn't look like it. Not with that filter anyway. Probably if I took a snapshot, might be able to tweak it, extreme filters, and actually get something. No, that's a bit of a shame. But there is a little animated graphic where someone's overlaid it. I'm not sure if I can quickly find it or not. But the mountain range goes a bit like that. Goes up, a bit up here. And you see the lights go out at
And
random.
he said, and he was a Navy pilot, okay? He said, this is otherworldly. I've never seen anything like it. It was
Yeah, that looks like
a
flares.
craft. End of story. He absolutely...
You can even see the flickering on that one.
To this day, he says it was a craft. This was not a flare drop. And then we come to find out there were probably two separate events on that night. There was a...
Yeah, and that's what we always got to take in consideration, that there's actually two things that happened the same night. And you've got to remember the government's good at covering up stuff. So, military exercise, covering up a craft flying overhead, that's possible, I guess, but we haven't seen any video footage of this craft. And we would have, if it existed, we'd see the flares and the craft, but we're not. Because the other lights that are shown on this one just looked exactly the same as the other flares, but maybe slightly further away. Whereabouts was it again?
But I thought too, and I saw it, initially I thought these were flares.
Yeah. Was that meant to be the craft one there? Was it?
Can compare and contrast.
No. It wasn't very long.
Repeat of Phoenix lights.
Okay, so that's the one we analysed there, isn't it?
Forward to give testimony.
Triangle U, actually from 2 years ago. When I saw it, Triangle UAP.
So if they make that public, that's going to be a UFO issue for a long
Hours on this stuff. What I saw was repeat of Phoenix.
But I thought too, and I saw it, initially I thought these were flares. And then during my investigation where I'm trying to get as much footage and as much images, like the world would never see this.
So why don't you put up the two sets of lights in that case? He's a liar.
All this footage and these images, if I didn't work hard for a couple of years to obtain it all and earn the trust of the Marines and let them say they would go on record with me.
So it'd be funny if this video turns out to be David Grusch leak, right? Same as all the other ones that he's shown.
Now, it is an open investigation. People got so mad.
Open investigation.
Because I put it out not knowing yet what it was. We still don't have definitive answers,
So it's misleading here because we got no ground reference point, and this movement is just someone moving the camera.
This was not a flare. This was not a flare drop, Jeremy.
So what you're seeing on the screen right now are called illumination flares, and those were shot up over the object you're seeing on the screen now.
So now he admits these ones are flares, right?
Okay.
Or which is a triangle formation. Now, the internet, a number of people on the internet have.
Okay, so are they saying this is not the same things? Because that looks to me exactly the same before it changed distances. I think these two drifted out, didn't they? That one's really faint. If these were lights on a craft, why are they faint, right? They should all be the same brightness on a curved, what do you call it, boomerang or TR3V. Doesn't make any sense.
A really solid case.
And why are they blinking then? It doesn't make any sense. So I just call them bullshit, disinformation on that. But yeah, this is where I feel that Gabber, I wasted my time with Gabber. I find it hard to believe trained Marines cannot identify what flares look like. See, this is why he needs to watch me regularly and not just half watch me and actually see what we do to prove everything on that video that was released before he changed the story were flares. But yeah, so he's just recycling news clips and putting up everything as UFOs, this guy. and he just makes money out of it. He doesn't add anything to the video. He's not talking over it or anything like that. He just puts a header on it, intro, and taps on a news thing. But this guy's really shocking. And the fact that Gabber knows this is one of the shills in the top 5 that's ruining ufology, he's there watching the guy. So this is the kind of crap this guy puts up, right? Oh no. Did he get that from Gabber? Oh no, it's 18 Wills again, isn't it? There you go. 18 Wills, 3 months ago. Where's the latest uploads? Videos, probably. 3 months ago. No, he put up a lot more than that. Hang on, what's that one there? That looks like Gabber there, is it? What's this one? That's got to be Gabber on it. Yeah, Australia. So these guys were working together. Yeah, I feel really let down now. See, the web never forgets, and we always find out in the end. Live. Oh no, he's using a cat. That looks very much like Gabber. Hang on, this is Gabber. Hang on, no. What happened there? I'm going to be on UFOman channel. Okay, maybe take that back then. Let's go back again. What happened there? I thought I clicked on UFOman. I don't know what I did then. I thought I clicked there, but it looked like I clicked my last comment I was looking at. Okay, take that back. Let's see. I hope I don't find Gabber videos here, because I will be really disappointed. So look, he's promoting everybody under the sun, right? And a lot of these are shills, including David Adair. One big shill, that guy. Mike Barra, another one, top of the list. Avi Loeb, what a cringe. He actually went on this guy's channel. He did too. So that's why Avi Loeb can't take seriously as a scientist. He's got Travis on there too, is he? Probably. He's got everybody under the sun now. He's probably got Corey Good on there by now, has he? You name it, he's got it. Mike Barra again. Let's have a look in the videos. Okay, this one we just looked at. I better not find any Gabber videos, because I will be disappointed. I can put up with him putting comments, but still, he's given the guy a watch. But we know that that was a training camp. They were like grunts. They have no clues what they're looking at. Obviously. So, and pilots we know have called out heart-shaped balloons and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, so yeah, at least I know Gabber put up 18 Will's video. We saw that on his channel. Now he's promoting all this Las Vegas. Look at all the Las Vegas things he's putting up here. Aliens in the backyard. Las Vegas UFO expert testimony from Las Vegas alien revealed. Oh my god. Let's have a quick look at that one. I don't know, I'm just really disappointed. No one listens. There'll be a lot of stupid comments here, I'd say. Believe it or not, It's up to you. Typical shill talk, that is. Make up your own mind, guys, because I don't have a clue. I'm just after the cash. Thanks, Tim. That's the best footage I've seen of an alien. Well, you haven't been on my channel, mate. I got way better than that. Honestly, I can make a clear figure. I can't make out a clear figure. No wonder, because it's all blurry, pixelated footage. There's so much footage of this now. Hey, let's have a look at this garbage. So, looks like it's a higher res quality than we've seen. Now it's on TikTok though. Looks like it's full video. The gringo. You're scaring me. You're scaring me. This is pure garbage. So he's not doing any analysis on it. He's just playing a TikTok video on YouTube. How does he get away with it? It's not fair use if you don't talk over it. At least it's clearer footage. And more of the footage. What are we looking at? We've got red lights here. Is that on a tractor? See, they can't keep the camera still so we can focus. Oh, there you go. Now we know what it is. There's a tractor. There's a four-wheel car. Is that... I can't seem to zoom in now. Now, something's taken away my mouse zoom. I don't think it's worked. Oh, yes, it has. Okay, let's go back to it. So, let's zoom in here. Certainly better than what I've seen so far of that particular video anyway. So, what's those lights? Is that on the back of the truck? Building? Bit hard to tell, isn't it? Don't see any alien there.
Kai. Anda el camión, lo conchadica del camión. El segundo, de que el de para acá de cables. Kai, quiero te dica la del. Ah, no, del concho cortelo, concho, lo calalo, que te acordó, o sea, picucharico y dolo.
Now we've got some pixelated stuff. What are we looking at here? See, this is what I hate about these videos. Instead of taking the original shot and slowly zooming in like I do to highlight what you're looking at, they've just cut it. So we don't know where they zoomed into here. Oh look, there's a putty cat. Actually, it looks like a reflection of a chrome thing on a bumper, doesn't it? Alien! Well, that's a new one. I haven't seen that one before. Oh no, there's the tractor. So what are we looking at here? Looks a bit of a chrome on the tractor to me. Yeah, show us the day shot of that particular angle and then we can solve it.
Moments after the video.
What a garbage. Deceptive. So yeah, I don't know what you guys think of that one. Looks to me like it's something on the tractor. So we need a day shot of it. That's how you debunk it properly. So looks like this kid's milking it though, isn't it? So what could it be? A tow bar? I wonder what kind of tractor it is. Maybe we can find a picture of a tractor. Let's go back. So what angle are we looking at from that position? So I don't see how they can see an alien there, because it had to be on that angle, didn't it? Is it down at the bottom here? Is it that? No. It's meant to be 8 foot tall, so why is it lurking at the bottom? Just go back a bit. See, I'm not seeing that on that angle there at all.
Diles, estos no son los mismos.
No.
Ando para acá.
Kay,
Ando el camión, los conchadicas del camión. Ellos segundo, de que el de para acá, de cables.
Kay, quiero que te la del.
Del concha.
Any clues? Not really. So this is where they need to take that and zoom in. So suddenly, what's the different angle to what they're looking at, right? Looks like some chromium on a tractor.
Solo.
Vaya,
me dígale completico. Costelo de que acá, dile que acá callale, a yo muy pelón, sí, pelón, varón, pelón. Hinchar los dos dijeron de Dick. Concha, Claudia, que chupa.
So it has to be in that video, surely. So they're zooming in right there, by the looks of it. So let's see if we can see it. Yeah, looks like it's something at the top of the tractor there. Right there, right?
Ellos segundo, de que el de para acá, de cables.
It's there. Is out of focus now.
Del concha, Costelo, concha, jalalo, que te acordó. O sea, picucharico y dolo.
So it's meant to be poking its head above the tractor where the cabin is. That's probably like an exhaust pipe, isn't it? Let's see. Let's have a look at tractors. I don't know what kind of tractor it is though. Looks like a standard one like this. What do you call them? Ferguson's. What's all the other brands out there? Images. So there's a pipe there. Yes, we need one to a cabin. See, there's a pipe there. Looks very similar. Where they were looking. It's interesting you get a reflection in a similar area. Look at all the pipes on that one. Aliens. There you go. Just where the alien head was. At least I've done more analysis than UFOman did. So, yeah. I'll just have to go back here. That's where the exhaust chimney is, isn't it? It goes up here to the cabin. Yeah, I think that one's debunked as well. This kid's a liar. He should get fined $100,000. And if he hasn't got the money, maybe he has to pay it back over installments. Never do it again. So, how many comments did he get on this? 65. See, this is the thing. He's got 38,000 subscribers and only gets barely more views than Goofon. He's only got 10,000. He got 14 dislikes on it. That add-on works sometimes, you see. So we can actually see the number still down voting it. All these people, they want to believe, right? They so want to believe they'll look at any garbage. Ah, and there's Gabber Beast on this one. You put a big UFOman logo on the video, you can't see the video. Your logo is like exactly where... Well, at least Gabber's given him some hardship there. I was just saying there is a alien, you could have put the logo and a black stripes along the side so we can see the whole video. What's he talking about though? I think we did see the whole video. There's the logo there. It is in the black stripes, so I'm not sure what Gabber's talking about. Oh, he's talking about this up here. The subscribe button. Should have been down here. But the main part, they do remove it. Oh, it's only because he crops it off. Anyway. So it looks like Gabber's a regular watcher. So what other garbage we got here? Expert testimony. Another news clip from Fox again. Yeah, Jesse there. 12 captured alien UFOs. More garbage, and again, making money off news item. Aliens in the yard. Aliens in the backyard. So he's making a lot of money on this one. Disc UFO over Germany 3 weeks ago. Which kind of looks like a bird that's been pixelated.
Did UFOman, here's a clip coming out of Germany of a slow-moving disc behind the trees.
Ah, that's a
Check
blunt.
it out.
Come on.
Make an assessment. Let me know what you think. It appears to be disc-like. It is not a blimp.
This is the shill talk. That seems to be disc-like. So it's either it looks like it's moving too slow to be a plane, I think. Doesn't look like it's got a shape of a blimp though. It's just such poor quality though.
A couple close-up shots so you can take a better look.
Oh look, it's not even a UFO shape. Look. Even his close-up says it's not a UFO. Look how blurry and messed around it is. Oh, there we go, more blimp-like. What a load of garbage. That's a blimp. Good year, blimp again. What do we got? Shelly joining us. What's this? Paul, have you heard of the newest video? The Doug Papa podcast. No, I don't watch him. Ferguson Info Day. Gov may been, what's that? Hoaxing. Disinformation, you mean? Actually, on the story, think Guff Hoax. I don't think the Guff need the hoax. All they need to do is hire Goof on third phase of the moon. Who you hang out with. They're having a laugh, yeah. They shit their pants quite easy on that video too, didn't they? Me, I'd be going in there with a baseball bat saying, come on, you 8-foot trespasser, let's deal with you. You know, you see me on ghost videos being woken up. I saw a high altitude light, but it don't flash, stay white. Thought it was a plane, but no flashing light. Right. You saw it with your eyes, you mean? Not a camera? Because the camera can, especially if it's infrared camera, can actually somehow overexpose it and you never see the flashing lights. But yeah, UFOman is not a UFO man. He's a hoaxer man. Likes to promote hoaxes and disinformation. Disinformation man, he should be called. Look at this thing here. Look how crappy this is. And this, he puts up a lot of garbage, man. Lightsaber Vegas again, making more money off that one. Look at this thing here. Is that the heron blimp again? I mean the heron balloon. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Laser orb. There's the grad balloon, the second one. You'll probably have the first one up too. That looks like flares. Cylinder UFO. Here we go. Let's have a look. That's probably a solar tube balloon.
Here is a clip of a very large black cigar-shaped object cruising over several family houses in...
Yeah, it looks like a solar tube balloon. It's even got some flicks in it. See, it's not perfectly straight. 100% solar tube balloon. Yeah, it takes a few milliseconds to debunk that one. Wait till we get AI pattern matching that can outperform my brain one day. Solar tube balloon. You're about to go through all these images like I can in my head and instantly debunk it. There we go. Loads of UFOs. Now you probably better find one that's the right length as well, because people like playing around with these tube balloons. And triangle ones, there's one's very close. That one's bent more at the moment. Oh, look how long that one is. UFO going up. Yeah. And it looks like it's done by high school students again. But this guy doesn't do any analysis, just puts it up, calls it a object. He's very careful with his wording now. He used to call it UFO.
In northern Minnesota. It was dated on 3/7/2023, just released on Facebook by Alien Skies. Take a look, make an...
Here is another fraud channel, by the way. Yeah, you can see the flexibility in that there. And of course, UFOs are made of rubber. Pure garbage. I got sick of looking at this guy because it's all the same junk, right? Yeah. That's got to be flares there. LA, is it? Let's just go over this one quickly.
Flashing light spotted over Montreal, Canada with a discernible hum. Take a look, make an assessment, let me know what you think it is.
Ah, that one. No, it's not flares.
I don't know what the fuck this is.
Sorry. about that, guys. I didn't know some foul mouth girl's going to say something. That was a formation of helicopters. I think Greenstreak even found the information and debunked that one. Montreal. So we looked at that one a while ago now. It's been solved anyway. It's amazing if you bother using flight radar on your phone at the same time. But like what I'm trying to do with skywatching, you can debunk that sort of garbage. But now it's going to pollute our system for years to come, right? Because it's got it on his UFO channel with no debunk on it. You know, if it was me and I found out more information and debunked it, then I would change the title and put solved in brackets, and then put in more information in the description with a link to update video. That's how I do things, right? The proper way. It's Bristol. What we got here? Okay, it's just lights in the sky again. It's all the same garbage. It's got that fish balloon that we debunked on third phase. Corbell garbage. Looks like LED balloons. That one there is that ascender one, isn't it? 2 to 3 boomerang objects filmed. Looks like those ascender experimental airships or blimps that they're mucking around with. But it could easily be a damn wedding nutch. It depends how it moves. I'd have to watch all the videos. This guy almost needs a dedicated person debunking every video he puts up. But there's no way I can compete with all this. There's enough of these clowns on there just circulating the same cut and paste nonsense. But yeah, I'm not sure how long Gabber's been around watching him, but yeah, it looks like he's recently started watching him, even though he knows that I've debunked him so many times. He shouldn't be wasting his time looking at that garbage. I should really go on, start about the copyright claim, then go back to UFO stuff. Like I said, there's always lots to talk about. I took a video, but phone deleted thinking was a blurry shot. Let me check to see if in the recycle bin. Wow. I have videos just disappear on their own. And I did actually do the same thing. I was tapping around this new app and it deleted it by pure mistake. Stupid app it was. It was meant to be recording ghost EVPs, and it caught something where I heard some guys whispering right next to my bed, and I thought, crap, I got to download that and enhance it. And I go and push the wrong button, it deletes it, and once it's deleted on a phone, it's phone memory, it's pretty much history, right? They don't have the same tools you do on the PC to undelete. The Doug Popper, the guy, past investigator with police in Las Vegas, think they saw something hoax but not by family. The Gov. That sounds something that Dr. Greer would say. He broke story getting into deep into retired LV cop. Well, we know what the light was. It was a meteorite coming down. That's probably what he saw. People trying to get attention and that garbage, right? Anyway, I had a bit of a problem. And I'm just going to go over Warner Brothers. I was out of sequence here a wee bit. Got a lot of technical sciencey bits to go over here too. So where do we begin? So I got this copyright claim on my last live show. And as you know, everything we watched on that show fell under fair use. We paid parody clips. And anything that's parody, even music on parody, normally is fair use, right? Well, not to Warner Brothers, it don't seem to be. And Google doesn't care because they're part of the three-ring circus masters and they collect their 30% anyway. But on ads, they collect a sight lot more money. So they don't care who the money goes to, as long as they get their cut. So I wrongly said it was the 12-second background music. It wasn't. It was actually the Batman parody clip, right? Even you guys knew it was a parody. But they put a dispute and claiming it was a parody and it falls into fair use. And they rejected it. After viewing your dispute, Warner Bros. Films has decided that the copyright claim is still valid. Now, I'm pretty sure parody is under fair use, right? Parody, fair use. A parody is fair use of a copyrighted work when it is humorous form of social commentary and literary criticism in which one work imitates another. So what was that parody about? It was changing the characters to mock UFO people in the community. Clearly fell under parody, right? And it was only a 35-second clip. So it should have been released. It's one I've made the most views on, actually. Have I got it here? It got double the amount of views. If you click here, I think they're just scumbags. Even got the most likes, almost like double the likes on that one, and 173 views, and that would have been a cent to click, right? So almost a couple of dollars there. And I even said in the reply back, are you really going to take the few pennies of a disabled YouTuber when you know it's a fair use clip? And they still rejected it. So that shows what sort of scum companies in America, because they don't give a shit about anybody as long as the billions keep rolling in. And what happened is I had to end up cutting it out so I get full control of it again. So now any ads that appear, I do get the money, but of course no one ever watches old episodes, right? And this is the problem here, we lose the side chat. So I had to deface my thing, and it's lost all the links that people could click that I posted through my education live stream there. So yeah, I think that's really scummy what they did. And of course Google doesn't help whatsoever. They won't step in. So I'm not the only person that's had trouble with Warner Brothers, so I did a bit of background checking on these scumbags. Yeah, Charlie. Las Vegas thing is not worth wasting anybody's time on. It's a complete hoax. Don't care who hoaxed it, but the kids certainly did hoax it. I'm sure if it's any good, that will come out on Twitter or whatever, and then we can include it. But yeah, getting back to this, let's just expand that. There was it. So this is the sort of thing we deal with all the time. I know some people think, oh well, they can take control of the ad money on it. But as I said, what they do is they can then block it in all countries. So no one apart from the USA gets to see it. And even then they can turn that off as well. And I sent it to YouTube, right? Complaining to Team YouTube. No reply. No reply. They don't give a shit. What shitheads, I said. 12-second background music. I sort of got confused with the other one, which is still pending with the background music, by the way. I might have to talk about that when it comes out, whether they reject it or not. On a parody is fair use. Why can't Google admins sort this out for me without needing lawyers? Greed and no common sense in Hollywood. And then I said these other ones. We'll expose them next live show. Understanding music parody fall under fair use and stealing 70 cents from a disabled YouTuber. So that's out there now on the web. It'll get crawled and people do searching on it and they'll probably come across my tweet, right? Having to trim out that and mess up the side chat in progress, thanks Warner Brothers. That way I get control back. So yeah, if you want to chip in and add to that one, saying yeah, they're scumbags or whatever, maybe YouTube might actually pay attention to how disgruntled small creators get. Complaint to Team YouTube. Not that they care, right? Because they get the money regardless, as I said. So I'm not the only one that's had problems. Now this guy here, hey Warner Brothers, learn what fair use means. And this was back in 2016. So they haven't learnt in, what is it? How many years is that? 7 years? They still haven't learnt. Now, if I'd known Warner Brothers were dickheads, I wouldn't have even played that clip. So I did actually make some comments here, and I said I'd play a clip of his thing here. So let's just carry on. This video is considered fair use. Well, that's not going to make any difference to Warner Brothers, mate. What is fair use? Yeah, I've been through all this in the past myself. No one pays any attention.
I'm a little bit late when it comes to all this where's the fair use stuff on YouTube, but this really hasn't been an issue for me until somewhat recently. I've been getting screwed over hard by Warner Brothers recently, because they keep flagging my DC related videos, including trailer breakdowns and my Time Remnant Explained video. Now what really sucks about this is that they aren't even just automatically flagging my videos when I upload them, they're doing it after the video has been up for a month or so. So I know this isn't YouTube.
Yeah, so they can collect all the money.
System screwing up again like they apparently do all the time to a lot of people's videos. No, this is a result of somebody at Warner Brothers headquarters looking up stuff, finding my video, and illegally flagging it because they can't stand it when someone other than them is able to produce any type of content about their properties. Warner Brothers, you guys...
Okay, and Disney does the same. They've got a whole team of people that scour the net looking for... In fact, El Grey's wife does exactly that for Disney. She deals with all the copyright, sending out legal letters to all the people that they find. I'm not sure if she spends the time searching for stuff or has a team of people, but that's what she does for Disney. So Warner Brothers is no different, obviously.
suck. They're very well known for constantly, illegally flagging tons of content related to or containing any properties they own the copyright to, especially DC Comics material, which just blows my mind. Why would you guys want a reputation as a stuck-up company who flags a video for having a publicly released image?
DC, on the other hand, has seen time and time again, which is why we don't feature their pictures. We have featured a picture of the Flash in a thumbnail that got a copyright strike.
You don't see Marvel doing anything that.
So that's why you got to be careful of too. That's why on this episode I was very careful that the logo, let's see, can we see it? The logo is slightly cut off. Guys, they'll probably try and flag this one and take it down too, right guys? They're scumbags, alright. Whereabouts was it going?
That's stupid, just saying. Before I get into all that though, let me just give you guys some backstory on my situation. So a while ago, I got copyright claims from 2 different companies on 2 different videos. One from Warner Brothers on my Time Remnant Explained video, and one from Fox on my 5 X-Men Answers video. So I go ahead and dispute both claims because they're my fair use videos. I put the time into them, I edited the footage, wrote the scripts, planned everything out, all that good stuff, and I lay out 4 specific reasons explaining exactly why my videos are fair use. So I write these things out, I send them off to Warner Brothers and Fox, and I wait for my response.
Unlike these other bigger creators, to me, mine's about, you know, the good versus evil, right? It's about bringing out, exposing these people. It's like exposing MSN lying, which we start to see that coming out more and more now, where there are all these journos are copy and paste. And getting caught out on all the fake noise that they were promoting now. Oh, what's happened there, Shogun? Bit delayed getting your notification there, but thanks for your money. Why is it not popped up though? now it comes up.
Shogun donated £2 through Super Chat. Well, what a surprise. Evil Warner Brothers.
So everybody's joining in, even the computer AI. Yeah, so it gets you down though. Lucky enough that Google's wise enough not to include super chats in the claim. So they can keep the couple of bucks, but I made, what is it, 50 New Zealand, which is like 30 US from all your donations, kind donations last live. But I would have been really super hacked if they stole that as well. But you know, it's a parody. Everybody knew it was a parody. And they probably went after that guy on Twitter. I haven't checked to see if they've tried to take it down.
Week, if I remember correctly, I got a notification from YouTube that Fox was letting go of their claim on my X-Men video, which is insanely awesome on their part. Big thanks to Fox for that. But about a week or so after that, I got another...
So he wasn't talking about Fox News, he was talking about Century Fox there, was he?
Notification saying that Warner Brothers rejected my dispute and they wanted to keep my Time Remnant video.
That's the most retarded thing I've...
Oh, I've got to be careful here now. But you can see that...
YouTube does offer you the chance
to dispute it, which they reject. Yeah. So that's what they get. They probably didn't even read what I said. They just simply hit reject straight away.
Chance to dispute the rejection, but if you're re-rejected after that, then you get a copyright strike on your channel for I think like 90 days, and I think you have to take a class provided by YouTube to teach you fair use and all that, and I don't want to have to put...
Yeah, I got that with Dr. J Radio when he did that to me.
Up with that. I'm not a big YouTuber yet. I really can't afford to limit the length of my videos or have a strike on my channel, especially for something as dumb as a company getting butthurt over me giving my opinion and discussing a theory based on one of their TV shows. But wait, why can't you just delete the video if you have such a huge problem with Warner Brothers taking it? Well, excellent question, hypothetical viewer. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that it's one of the few videos on my channel with a relatively high number of views, and taking it down while my channel's still at this size wouldn't be a good idea. But even then, even with these greedy bastards bastard stealing my video, I figured I'd just let him. My thinking was, I can't
come
really
back
afford to
again.
fight it and risk getting a strike on my channel, so I'm just going to take the L, let Warner Brothers have the video, and just move on with me making more videos. So I moved on and did some trailer breakdowns for the CW shows featuring DC.
So I think we've heard enough of that one. So I'll post a link to it if you want to listen to the rest of it. Yeah, I had to. My battery's got low, I think. There's always stuff going wrong in this house with my tech. the paranormal sucked my batteries dry. Leave my batteries alone. Another channel complaint. Let's put that one up. Now it's going to be a bit harder to move the mouse around here. Let me see if I can adjust this. I hate cables. So close that down now. On to the next one. I did a search for Warner Bros. Copyright, and it's amazing how many people have put up images of the claims against them. So here's one. There is it. Warner Brothers is getting tough on people who pirate episodes. Well, we're not doing that. Next one. What's this one saying? Copyright claim. There is hope. Is there? Can't read what he said here. There is hope. I don't think there's any hope. Not in 2023. They still got me. Because it uses clips from a movie being reviewed. Now, this is obviously fair use, so I disputed it. Is that the same guy? 5 years ago. No, it's another guy. Happens automatically, but it takes a human to read the claim back. You know, with AI, you think AI would be clever enough to work out whether stuff falls under fair use, right? AI should be able to work out the faces got modified, and or the music or the sequence got modified, and all that sort of business. Now, the first time with my dispute, I didn't get legal with my response. I just said, which is what I do, I just apply to the common sense and stating that it was fair use for these reasons, and obviously they don't give a shit. I just said something like it as a review video. This is fair use. I use clips from a movie. Highlighted my commentary before responding for appeal, though. I googled a lot about fair use. I don't know if this helped, but probably it's one of the better legal language, and my initial dispute would have gotten a different outcome. Anyway, my appeal, I made sure to say fair use, non-commercial, transformative copyright material. It took about a week, but I got email saying they released the claim. Well, you're lucky, mate. And maybe it depends what stuff is on that day. 5 years ago. Where was the other stuff? Parodies, definitely fair use. Was that a search? Where's search handles disappeared to? Oh, was it here? Yeah, that's it. Let's just go back through the list here. There's going to be a few of these, I think. Here we go. Ed was. Due to copyright takedown notice we received, we had to take down your video. So that's even worse. Rather than just taking ownership and collecting the money, they take it down fully. Did I miss something? What does Warner Bros. Have to do? So it looks like Warner Brothers wasn't even in that. Well, looks like, I don't know. Oh look, there's a load of them. But you get to see what I mean. I'm not the only person that has to deal with this nonsense, where it's clearly fair use and they don't give a shit. Can't even read that one. Anyway, we'll progress on. This would be here all night, or morning I should say. So I found this also, where someone was claiming fair use that wrote a book, actually took him to court, but he actually lost, unfortunately. So 2008, this one. Plaintiff J.K. Rowling authorized the Harry Potter books that plaintiff Warner Bros. Entertainment Inc. produced as films. So let's get a bit more complicated. And defendant RDR Books published the Lexicon, an unauthorized guide to Harry Potter fiction and related materials. The Lexicon A to Z guide to creatures, characters, objects, events, places that exist in the world of Harry Potter. To create the Lexicon, the defendant relied solely on Rowling's 7 Harry Potter novels and 2 companion books that expanded on the fictional history and mythology creatures in the novels. Issue: whether it was fair use for a defendant to use aspects of the book series to create and distribute an encyclopedia-like guide for the series. The court held that the fair use factors weighed together in light of the purposes of copyright law and did not support a finding of fair use. So I don't know. Sounds like he used a lot of images and stuff from the books and put it together. What they should have done is probably bought the rights off him and help promote it and make some money off it. The nature and purpose of the use, the court found that the factor weighed against a finding of fair use because although the lexicon has a transformative purpose, an actual use of the copyright works is not consistently transformative. So you can see this is the problem with copyright and fair use, right? So a parody where you put people's faces on and change the sequence and add some different music or whatever, or speed it up, they could discard that as not being transformative enough, right? So that means anyone that's taken the Mickey out of Lou Elizondo and all those other characters, if it's got any Warner Brothers in it, they can take it down. And that's basically silencing the memes of ufology in my book. It's censorship, because they think 30 seconds is their copyright. Instead of just using it as a way to promote it. Because remember, I was looking at it and I said, is that something from the Batman movie or something? Because I didn't even know. And straight after, but even before the video had finished processing, I got a copyright claim from Warner Brothers. They said you don't have to do anything, but you lose all your money and you lose control of it. Now, I'm not putting up with that. It's fair use. So yeah, I can see where the problem might be with this one, where you sort of take bits and pieces from every book and then put it together into another book, A to Z of creatures, right? I can see where this one might go wrong. But But you can actually buy a license, but it probably would cost you more than you probably make with the book, probably. You can actually go to their website and buy a license to use various clips, and they approve it and work out how much it's going to cost and all that sort of stuff. Or they don't approve it, right? There you go. Fair use not found. So we shouldn't have to go to court to fight every fair use claim, but you can see the lawyers are making big bucks out of it all. So that's the bit on copyright anyway. I did actually win one. Remember the other one I did? Was where it was talking about the NASA. I think it's... I can't remember which one it was on now. The NASA World. Remember the NASA World that made out a special memory metal? Bit like what the guy found on Roswell Ranch, where he sort of screwed it up and it would form back into a perfect sheet of aluminium or whatever, or what they call it in America. They don't call it aluminium, aluminum, that's what they call it in America. It was one of these ones here, not too far ago. I think it was a Darcy Ware one, was this one here. And he was good enough to, you know, I did exactly the same sort of reply to that guy. And 3 weeks later, he released it. And so I got all the money back and control of the video game. So, give him credits there. I can't remember what his name was now. But, the Warner Brothers, super rich. Of course, he's another YouTuber, right? So, YouTubers know what it's like being a creator with copyright claims. It's just ridiculous. On to the next bit then. Whereabouts are we? So, talking about the whistleblower again. Martin Willis show called Podcast UFO Live Shows. He got to interview Kevin Randle. As you know, I featured him before, that he's exposed lies in the Roswell case about the undertaker and the nurse and all that sort of business of the alien bodies. It turned out to be all lies. He's exposed that, and exposed Carl Korff, that worked with Stephen Cambion on a book. Exposed him lying about his being like a secret military agent that goes overseas to fight with his paintball warrior. You might be able to remember that. But yeah, he's talking about I mentioned about Sarbacher, the Sarbacher memo, where he was talking about alien bodies and crash retrievals, and he doesn't understand why it was still classified, and to reach out to various scientists. Okay, well, I suppose we should actually just have a look at that memo again. Just to refresh what it said again. Memo. Robert confirms UFO crash rumors. What year was that? Was it 1980s? And he's talking about... I'll just go there. Let's see if it's got the memo. There's the memo. Who died in... Who's Smith? Who are they talking about there? who died in 1961, mounted a small, short-lived UFO investigation. Asked about, let's see, let's go through this one again. A remarkable interview occurred in Washington, D.C., September the 15th, 1950, but the content did not leak out until the early 1980s. I think it was 83. And then the hotel memo came out in 86. When Canadian ufologist Arthur Bray found a memo by one of the participants, radio engineer Wilbert Smith, oh right, there we go, that's who the Smith is, of Canada's Department of Transport. The memo described a conversation with physicist Robert Sarbacher, a consultant with the US Department of Defense Research and Development Board, and one of the regular meetings Sarbacher and other government scientists conducted with their Canadian counterparts. Asked about the UFO rumours, Sarbacher said they were substantially correct. He said UFOs exist. We have not been able to duplicate their performance. All we know is we didn't make them, and it's pretty certain they didn't originate on the Earth. The issue was so sensitive that it classified 2 points higher even than the H-bomb. In fact, the most highly classified subject in US government at the present time, Sarbacher refused to say more. So we often hear about it's above top secret, right? But we haven't had any proof of that. That there is such a level above, even above top secret or above government. So we just read that earlier. Though official channels have tried unsuccessfully to learn more than Sarbacher's cryptic remarks had revealed after the memo surfaced. So the problem I have here is that he sounded a bit like David Grusch. Second-hand info given to him, right? But has he actually seen any photos? I don't know. Maybe. So you wouldn't take people's word, would you? Unless they're really credible scientists that you're talking to, like Oppenheimer and all that, and Von Braun and all those. If they were telling you that they had crashed UFOs, yeah, you probably would believe them, wouldn't you? So, the caliber of the person. And they're more scientists, but they are working for the government. So, would they become disinformation? Who knows? But most likely, scientists would say their mind, wouldn't they? Unless they've got an NDA. And or scared for their life or whatever. So Kevin Randle's looked into all this, and basically he's going to sum up what this page is saying. I'll post a link to this because that was a good search. 1986, what was that one? Sarbacher himself died in summer 1986. Oh, that's where I got 86 from. 3 years after the memo. Did they kill him? Robert sent me an email saying there was suspicion about how he died. And I said to Robert Farmer whether he'd like to come on tonight to talk about it. Obviously not. But he said apparently there was some strange substance on his car door when he touched it, and 3 days later he was dead. So did they want to silence him? Could have done. But yeah, the memo, can we actually read that again? Have we got bits of it? I don't think we have we? No. Can we open that? No. I'll post a link to that one anyway. There's a good little summary. Again. Because I can type, that is. I wanted to get the memo again because there was some key stuff he said in that about the aliens, right? Whoop. One too many clicks. So he sounds like he's a wee bit of a David, and is David just repeating what he's heard from people like Sondo and Mellon and all that, right? I'm not sure any of these have got the actual memo. Great images. Unfortunately, my eyes are a wee bit blurry at the moment. You can see it's probably everywhere. It's on a few websites, so where's one we can actually read? Is that the one? No. That's when you're doing stuff like this, you stumble across something else that you never heard of before. Looks like it's that one there. That's the same size graphic. Was it that one? There we go, PDF. It has to be that one. There we go. Did that one sum it after? I think it did. There we go. Saves having to read that small horrible font again. Oh, what's happening to my headset? It's loading off my head. And the mic's position changed very drastically there. Here we go. I still don't know why the high order of classification has been given and why the denial of the existence of these devices. He said to actually go and talk to someone. Who was it now? Does it say here? Yeah, it was Oppenheimer. There you go, Robert Homer. So that would be so incredible if they knew about it, and I'm not sure who that is. Bush. Oh, what happened there? Put in your credit card number. Van Never Bush. It's not part of the Bushes, is it? Let's see if we can do a search on that. Well-known policy maker. World War II. Is that the same one though? Engineering, so it might not be the same guy. He was known particularly for his engineering work on analog computers. Right, starting in 1927, Bush constructed a differential analyzer analog computer with some digital components that solved differential equations. Okay. Invented right about in 1945. Computer, what's this? Who invented the Frisbee? Who cares? American engineer, scientist and inventor. Well, that sounds like someone you probably could trust. Wonder if they ever replied to the guy when he contacted them. 74. He was still around. Oh no. The memo was written in 1950. Yeah, he would have been still around, and the memo didn't get leaked to 1983. When someone found it, I suppose. Whoops, the government let that slip through their fingers. A bachelor and master's degrees. Well, if there's anything like Trevor's Taylor, forget about it. But yeah, that's when degrees were actually worth something back in those days. So not like they've restructured everything now in universities to make it really easy. Else they'd have no one pass. Okay. I suppose we should move on again. I'll post a link to the memo there, but he talked about UFOs and alien greys. 93, yep. It's an interesting memo though. It's way bit better than David one, and he's referencing credible scientists, and so far all I've heard is non-credible people that is related to Grusch, right? The memo. Well, since we lost all the links last live because of the copyright claim, it makes sense to redo it here, unless we get another copyright claim. So you never know. Shelly deleted something. Serial deleter. She's deleted everything. What? Delete, delete, delete. I see it on the bigger screen, but yeah, probably go to here. Delete. Yeah, Goofon will know you've been on my channel though. He'll ban you if he finds out. Was it not scrolling though? That's kind of weird. Now it's scrolling. I'm having to fight everything here. Yeah, Goofon's been trashing me again. He never ends, that guy. He makes all these claims about me, but he doesn't actually play the clips that he's talking about. He says, oh, Paul's the worst debunker ever, but he doesn't play the clip to show why I'm the worst debunker. Just makes up all these claims which are false about the debunks I do, right? Doesn't show the video analysis of the reflection in the glass overlaid with Alien Addict's version. What a scumbag he is. Anyway, I don't know what we're going to do with that guy. Like I said, ufology is toast. And I don't even know why I bother anymore. It's depressing filled, really. So, Robert sent me that today too, but we'll get to that. I was hoping he was going to come on and talk about it, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Me, myself, and I. Is the audio still working, guys? You're very quiet on the side. I think it's working. I've got to keep an eye on things because things mess up. So we'll just play a clip here where he's talking about Sarbacher and Grusch.
Written down. but we got the information from Sarbacher. Sarbacher didn't know anything himself. Sarbacher's talking about how the government was involved in this investigation and doing reverse engineering and all this stuff. And when you pin Sarbacher down, I think Jerry Clark pinned him down. I think Stan Friedman tried to pin him down. I think William Steinman got the original information from him, tried to pin him down. And so he was telling, well, he'd heard this stuff, but it turns out that's all. He didn't attend the meetings where the stuff was discussed. He wasn't in the meetings. He heard it from other people. So in essence, you know, it's secondhand at best, maybe third hand. And a number of us investigators are in the same boat. I mean, we've talked to people who were there in the Roswell case. Any number of people who were involved in the Roswell recovery, we've talked to. So.
But he mentioned some big scientist names there. David Grusch hasn't done that, and that makes him a bit more credible, I think. And even if it is second hand or even third hand, those people should be able to verify it with while they were still alive back then. But yeah, they said they tried to pin him down, so maybe he got sort of the pressure put on him not to mention any NDA stuff. Maybe they got him to sign something. So you never know, because once that memo was leaked, it would have been everywhere. Would have been like hot news, right? And the government would have been listening in. So yeah. And the question is, his death might be suspicious as well now, see?
So we're now secondhand witnesses to that stuff, which is not...
In fact, Robert just mentioned it in the email, but I wonder if we can actually find any information on that, actually, while we're thinking about it. Sarbacher, Roberts, mystery stuff on car. And they didn't call it cars in America though, do they? Nothing's coming up. That's going to be censored though, isn't it? Men in Black cut that off the internet. Mystery stuff and see. Died. It's funny how it's come up. Car handle. Died in car accident. Died on car handle. Well, let's just put that in and see what comes up anyway. Well, it's found a few. But nothing to do with UFOs. Died mysteriously, maybe. So yeah, we might need to get to Robert on to talk about it then, see what information he's got. Robert Ivan Scheisbacher, so that's the guy we're talking about, one of Einstein's students. Let's have a look. What's that talking about here? The Sarbacher clue, a real UFO crash. At the end of phase 1, we left off at Roswell. Yeah, this is why we need Robert on here. He can talk about Roswell and add on all this other stuff, I guess, if he's got time. So we need to find where they're talking about Chewbacca here. Sounds too much like a Chewbacca. Robert Spencer Carr. Here he is, isn't it? Oh no, that's Wilbert Smith. These two scientists are Canadian electronic engineer Wilbert B. Smith and a scientist once written up as a boy wonder. Dr. Robert Sarbacher Smith was head of Project Magnet in Canada, and Sarbacher was an American physicist, engineer, and student of Dr. Einstein. Well, there we go, we found out some more information. Wilbert Smith, he dogmatically believed aliens were among us. Ironically, most pro-crash survivor buffs have not followed the clues these gentlemen have left. They have not done so because these clues did not fit in with the popular narrative of Roswell. So do so here. The prime reason why Sarbacher and Smith's statements, which we're talking about the memo, I guess, have not been followed through to lead to completely independent crash cases from Roswell is found in a particular discovery. This was a set of notes made by Smith of his conversations with Sarbacher. Wilbert Smith was visiting Washington DC, representing Canada on wavelength allocations, which is what we use today, isn't it, for Wi-Fi and CB radio and all that sort of stuff, television broadcasts. At one point, he visited Dr. Sarbacher. After the conversation, Smith returned to his hotel room and jotted the conversation as best he could remember. This conversation, however, occurred on September 15th, 1950, and yet within it there seems to be the implicit knowledge that sources have crashed already, a fact that seems impossible from CIA papers. The notes, therefore, are up to a lot of interpretation. Pro-Roswellers, of course, interpret the statements to support Roswell, and for that reason take it no further. We best look at the notes ourselves. I am doing some work on a collapse of the Earth's magnetic field as a source of energy, and I think our work may have a bearing on flying saucers. This is something new, I think. What do you want to know? I have read Scully's book on the sources. It sounds like X-Files, doesn't it? And I would like to know how much of it is true. The facts reported in the book are substantially correct. Then the sources exist. Yes, they exist. Do they operate on Scully suggests on a magnetic principle? We have not been able to duplicate their performance. So they have come from some other planet. All we know is that we didn't make them, and it's pretty certain they didn't originate on Earth. Still doesn't mean it comes from space. They could have come interdimensionally, right, through multiverse. Physicist and engineer Robert Ivan Schumacher, one of Einstein's students. Okay, that's talking about the photo again. I understand the whole subject of sources is classified. Yes, it's classified 2 points higher than H-bomb. In fact, it's the most highly classified subject in the US government at the present time. May I ask the reason for this classification? You may ask, but I can't tell you. Is there any way in which I can get some information, particularly as it might fit in with our own work? I suppose I've lost where I was looking now. I suppose you could be cleared through your own defense department, and I'm pretty sure arrangements could be made to exchange information. If you have anything to contribute, we would be glad to talk it over, but I can't give you any more at present time. This is not verbatim, but Smith states it as close. There are his notes, which have put down soon after returning to his hotel room, and no doubt it is somewhat truncated. So that sounds a lot more credible than Grusch, or whatever his name is. But as the reader can perceive, nowhere in them is it implied that Sarbacher based his dogma on first-hand knowledge of crash sources. You mean he said in general? Yes, and Scully's book was accurate. He is talking about the crashes which are only mentioned in chapter 12, or some of Scully's other assertions about magnetic principles of flight. In 1983, researcher William Steinman had found Sarbacher was still alive. He wanted to know. He wrote to him on September the 12th, 83 and got to the point quickly asking about crash sources and alien bodies. Sarbacher wrote back in a positive yet, although Sarbacher seemed positive, the warden indicated it was stuff he had been told. Damn. One answer was dynamite. There were reports that instruments or people operating these machines were also of very lightweight, significant to withstand the tremendous deceleration and acceleration associated with their machinery. I remember in talking with some of the people at the office, but I got the impression these aliens were constructed like certain insects, which is what I said, we have observed from on Earth, where because of the low mass and inertial forces involved in operating of these instruments would be quite low. I still don't know why the high order. Yeah, so we've been through that before. Sarbacher had answered Steinman on November 29th, 83. Obviously, the response was so phenomenal. It wasn't long before Stan Friedman, still hot on the trail of Roswell, called for clarification. It was December 83. Friedman recorded the conversation in part. Sarbacher, I was told that they had recovered a UFO with some people in it. Friedman, bodies or whatever. I don't know. That's what I think I was told. Oh dear. Did he tell you where? Well, we were having a meeting at Wright Field and I couldn't go. Oh, damn. Maybe they had some pictures there too. But later on, one of the fellows said to me that those guys, if they were people, were made like insects. They didn't have any skin on their bodies. That's weird, isn't it? No skin on the bodies. How's that even possible? Friedman. So they were saying that's how they were able to accelerate and decelerate without being torn apart. You see, if we were going 1,000 miles a second and stopped in a minute, well, we could be squashed against the walls. Sarbacher clarified it was one of the guys on the Research and Development Board of the Department of Defense from whom had heard about the sources and their occupants, pressing him to get specific. Friedman asked him if he could recall where the crash had occurred. Sarbacher could only remember somewhere out west. So where's that? Arizona? Must be, eh? We asked any idea what year this was. Sarbacher associates it with an old collie's teacher, Dr. Cole Cumption. He said Fred Darwin would also know, since those men were in their posts in the early 1950s. So it must happen in the 1950s, and that's when this crash happened. At the time frame for Roswell, the early 1950s didn't fit, and it seemed that the conversation was becoming of less importance to Friedman, now 75 years old. Sarbacher could only remember the talk surrounded a saucer being recovered. As for any conversation with Wilbert Smith, he could only vaguely recall such a man, and the reason why he couldn't tell Smith the reason for the high level of security around saucer was probably because he didn't know himself. Friedman also noticed that Smith notes on September 15th, 1950 didn't mention a crash saucer. Do you think it could have happened after this? September 1950. Sarbacher responds that he didn't know. There may have been several of them. There was talk. There were. At this, Friedman lights up with interest. Still, Friedman makes very little use of Sarbacher's information in his 1992 book, Crash of Corona. His co-author Dan Berliner sums up Sarbacher's conversation with Friedman, declaring it revealed no smoking gun, but his credentials were impressive. Clearly, wreckage and probably bodies were at Wright in the early 1950s. Remember that memo that I pulled apart? I think it mentioned where the saucer was transported to, but I thought it was in Texas. Whereabouts is Wright Field? Right Field. Is it Air Force Base? I guess it must be. Whereabouts is it? Wright Patterson? Is that what it's called? I don't know. Oldest flying field in the world. Does it say Wright Patterson? Is that what they mean? Here we go. Area B began as Wright Field. Here we go. So it got renamed. An important centre. Aircraft engineering and support systems. So whereabouts is it? Here we go. Want to OH, what's that? Ohio, is it? So maybe that memo was talking about another location then. Oh, there we go. Carry on with the other bit. Looks like there's a bit of reading here though. You still with us, guys? I try and struggle with my eyes with it. So where did we get to? No smoking gun. Okay, we got to that. By 1992, this realization was long in the tooth. Had been standard practice since Charles Berlitz and William I. Moore published the Roswell incident in 1980, the first book on the topic. A good example of the same rationalization is found when Berlitz misrepresents what? Where does it go to? Springfield. Among many researchers of Roswell incident, Lynn Springfield, I've heard of him, has been especially concerned about the physical appearance of the occupants of the so-called flying disc. He has been able, in the course of his investigations, to speak with doctors unidentified at their urgent request, who were summoned by government agencies in the early 50s and employed in what was apparently a new series of autopsies pursuit to whatever autopsies were made in 1947. One wonders why a new series of autopsies were called for, perhaps for comparison data or a renewal of interest in alleged alien bodies, which, according to Springfield, were kept in formaldehyde between autopsies and still are. Bernlitz rationalized why witnesses' information only seems to begin in the early 1950s and not before. Instead of being the initial alien autopsies, Bernlitz rationalizes them to be a new series on old Roswell bodies. The truth is that the case in Springfield's retrievals of the third kind essentially only began around the early 50s, which, with the exception of the witness, who was inspired by Scully's book. What book they talking about? Not the X-Files Scully, but you can see that's where they probably got the character from. Who's Scully? Who's Scully? Let's see what comes up. Behind the Flying Saucers, Frank Scully. That must be the one. I think that was mentioned in some of the blurb before. It's probably free to download, isn't it? UFO crash. Aztec one, which we know is all a hoax. 950, huh? Now, who the hell is Frank Scully, though? And why is he writing a book? The truth about Aztec UFO. So he's the one that debunked it. Frank Scully, here we go. American journalist. All these names. This is what I need Robert for, because I don't keep all these names in order of dates, and I need a UFO historian. I'm not a UFO historian, I'm a UFO video analysis. But now I have to do everything by myself here. What's it say here? The New York Sun. Does it talk about UFOs? Just skimming it here. Oh, right, here it goes. Scully published the Aztec, New Mexico UFO hoax. Oh, there you go. Good on him. Need people like that to expose crap out there. Describing one of his sources as being more degrees than a thermometer. I wonder who that was. Not Travis Taylor. True Magazine published articles. San Francisco Chronicle. Philip Chan. So much here. Looks like he was pretty busy though. That's when they actually did true investigations, not the current reporters we now have on cable TV guys. Maybe I'll just post a link to him since we found it. Hope you're learning lots, because, you know, I just stumbled across this looking for how he was, the other one that was Mysterious Death. So, like I said, we never know where we're going to go in my live shows, because we find stuff and then it looks interesting, so we have to read it out and stuff. So, where did we get to on this? Where did we get to? Berlin's and Moore's book was heavily dependent on Friedman's legwork and research, and perhaps the fad to rationalize all stories of recovered discs and bodies towards Roswell origins. I mean, it probably was totally separate, right? With Friedman cell to establish the case. But thanks to Springfield, we know the rumors began later in the early 1950s and then ripple out of the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, not from the deserts of New Mexico. Reports of recovered sources and their occupants were long established at the base by 1978 when Friedman took up the bloodlust for Roswell. It's unthinkable that there can be any other source for the repeated rationalizations of the Wright-Patterson data than Stanton Friedman. He alone had a single vision. He alone got witnesses to talk about Roswell despite Carr's publicity surge drawing nothing out of Roswell. Friedman emerges in 1978, feverishly trying to prove Roswell, and only 1 year later he claimed to have spoken to 24 people in New Mexico who could verify Marcel's words. Yet, as his 1992 book, Crash of Corona, reveals, Friedman had a tendency to rationalize all data to fit Roswell, or to fit his own narrative. Tut tut, you got to follow the evidence. It becomes standard form of investigating Roswell to take all of Springfield's witness reports of Wright-Patterson shadowy hangars, recovered sources and alien bodies and early... This is where I think Bob Lazar got his information from, right? And he just rebundled it to save his ass from going into prison because he was in a restricted area showing his mates their experiments going on. Which probably wasn't UFOs, but something related to it maybe, who knows, but maybe energy weapons to shoot them down maybe, or defend against them, who knows. Here we go. So it's still going on a bit. To underscore how damning it was for Friedman to reshape Scheiberger's memory of events at Wright-Patterson in the early 1950s, we have to compare it to how Spencer Carr, so discredited for good reasons, did the same thing. Carr interpreted the rumors about alien bodies and crash disks at the Air Force Base as being associated with the only crash he had ever heard about, Scully's crash of a saucer at Aztec, New Mexico in February 1948. He pulls the neglected tome out of his bookshelf and bookshelf and began a successful lecture tour. Likewise, Friedman does the same thing with Roswell. The only difference with Friedman is that he had published newspaper accounts. Jesse Marcel and a few other people from 1947 who supported the reports that unusual fragments were found on Brazil's ranch near Roswell. Avoiding Scully's book like the plague and expanding on these contacts and filling in the gaps with conspiracies and cover-ups, what spared Friedman the same enormous fate suffered by Carr. Yeah, it goes on a bit, don't it? Do we need to read all of it? My eyes are getting a bit sore trying to focus on it. It's interesting to note, however, that after Spencer Carr became a focal point, 3 people did emerge to gratuitously elucidate What words are this guy saying? We're 2 former Air Force men and 1 was a nurse. Okay. The information was not specified to Aztec, though it revolved once again around Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Well, that's been debunked, the nurse. No nurse could be found. Following the strongest scent, it's always the best. And prior to all the mock on Roswell, the strongest scent in the world of retrievals of the third kind always began at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Imagining this space as a center of a web, we can regard the witness statements at this as the individual strands that led up to and from it. Couple are vital for establishing a workable chronology. The most distinguished strand comes from Dr. Sarbacher. Although his memory was sketchy in 83, the most important bits remained consistent, and for that reason, Stan Friedman interaction with him is valuable in that it perceives how Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and alien bodies were Sarbacher's clearest and most indelible memories. Furthermore, in the 1992 book. So further contact with him was made in 1985 by Bruce Maccabee, a US Navy physicist who heads the Fund for UFO Research. Dr. Sarbacher told him, "There is something I should have done but didn't do. I had requested to visit a site." Maccabee notes he thinks the request came from Wrightfield, or the site was Wrightfield, regarding a fallen UFO, and that time could not go, being tied up with personal business. But some of the men did go, and I went to the office of the Research and Department Board sometime after they got back and talked to some of the guys who saw it. I wish I could have gone. Maccabee asked him to relate his impression of what the men told him they saw. My impression of what the men said who took the trip to Wrightfield, the people who operated those things were built different than we. They seemed to have no inertia, seemed to be like insects, robots. Maccabee's note, this seemed to stick particularly in the mind. So we've heard that before. You know, if you look at the Pascagoula one, which is one of the best abduction cases, they almost seemed like they were robots. You can find all my stuff on Pascagoula tapes and all that stuff enhanced. If you've not listened to it all, it's well worth having a listen on my channel. As Maccabee's notes preserve, the alien physiology was of real interest to Sarbacher. He had made a point of it with Steinman and with Friedman and with Maccabee. In that phone conversation with Friedman, Sarbacher said they didn't have skin. Now this one doesn't sort of make sense. Why? How did their body parts stay in if they don't have skin? What did they have instead? In other words, they had a exoskeleton, a hard shell or membrane, with thinner membranes as the joints to allow mobility. So that sounds almost robot then, doesn't it? And that means they wouldn't be affected by acceleration and deceleration. and it's super light. So were they artificial intelligence then? More questions than answers, huh? Along with the tendency to rationalize everything towards Roswell, this description too may have been made Friedman dismiss and publicly omit most of Sarbacher's memories. Tut tut! His image of aliens was quite different from the popularized image of little grey melon-head men. This image has been made popular by Betty and Barney Hill's claims in the 1960s and was the first alien abduction that seemed documented by acceptable scientific. Yes, but they didn't see the UFO shoot off at hypersonic speeds, did they? So maybe that was like a mothership, and maybe this other crash was the robot searchers who go out and search planets or whatever. So that would make sense. So that would be, if the crash happened in 954, say, so they had at least 6+ years to get back to the mothership and for them to travel. It was first aliens abductions that seemed documented. Okay, we got to that bit. So he's talking about Roswell. Anybody sighted in the early 50s must be from 1947. Sarbacher sketchy memory therefore was used largely to imply more than one crash. Therefore, by the rationalization, Roswell is possible. So they're sort of merging what he said. As far as I know, alien greys do have one-piece jumpsuits, but we don't know what's underneath it, do we? On the contrary, Robert Sarbacher had confined his memories to the early 1950s and to the early time of Eisenhower administration. He was speaking about a recent crash and scoring that Sarbacher's memory was being on the early 1950s. He had replied to Steinman that my where are we going? Association with the research department board under Dr. Compton during the Eisenhower administration was rather limited, so that although I had been invited to precipitate in several discussions associated with reported recoveries, those at Wright Field, I could not personally attend the meetings. Damn, when you like to be a fly on the wall, if that actually happened. Regarding what he had heard, Dr. Sarbacher was actually quite consistent when talking about a time period. It was the Eisenhower administration in the early 50s. Eisenhower administration began. So he was the one that they're saying that set up the secret government outside the government, because the presidents keep changing, right? But who do you make that run that department? Well, that might be where Majestic 12 comes in, that it's not actually run by one particular person but a group of people, because that's why you would safeguard it, I suppose. And scientists and who else would be on that panel? Military. Upon this time, Air Force maintained a rather open policy on flying saucers. Major Donald Kehoe's soon-to-be best-selling Flying Saucers from Outer Space would own its immense success to the fact that Al Chop, the Air Force PR man, was able to clear dozens of official sighting reports for the book. Now, they don't do that anymore. Blackvault has a lot of trouble. These reports were made by military pilots, and sometimes they were quite sensational. You can see how this sounds very much like David Grusch. Sounds like a rehash of what we have here, isn't it? From the 1950s. It's like a reboot. Now, is the government doing a reboot and they're using David Grusch for it? Who knows? We have to see what the future holds, I guess. Ready to go into private industry, he told Keyhole that the factions within the Air Force were still bickering about what to make public. Debate wasn't over releasing the controversial Utah film. Footage of a flock of oval glowing objects flying over a tree mountain, Utah, not Skinwalker Ranch, and taken by Navy photographer Wilbert Newhouse in the summer of 1952. They wouldn't do it, but they cleared Keyhole to write about the film. Chop also told Keyhole about the CIA's secret panel, the Robertson Committee, but couldn't tell him their conclusion. But this was in Keyhole's last good inside information. How come they didn't give us a little clip of that UFO? I think I remember it. Is that the one going past like a radio tower, is it? It's not really good footage, 1952. Just think if they had our technology back then, and everybody could carry it around, imagine what we'd have nowadays. Balloons! No, just joking. Hey, let's see if we can find what I'm talking about. Reddit. I wonder if they got it. There we go. Is that the one? Let's have a look here. Copyright. Never claim coming my way, guys. I know. It looks like a Skinny Bob video. Yeah. What's he filming? Did I miss something? 17 seconds in. What am I missing, guys? What am I missing? I have to go full screen. I've got some white dots here. Let's see. Here we go. Maybe I haven't seen this one. Not too impressive so far. Dots. Could be blurs or anything, couldn't it? I don't think they had Milo balloons back in 1952 though. Although Milo did come out just after Roswell. It could be. The first weather balloons using Milo that reflect. Alright. Yeah, I'm not too impressed with that one. Yeah, we couldn't see how fast they were moving. We need like a reference point. So why can't people film UFOs that suddenly stop and hover there for 5 minutes? That rules out balloons straight away, and birds. And why can't those UFOs come closer to the camera? It's very frustrating, UFO field. How many people we got? 3! We got 3 people still alive. Was it getting too much for you, all this Chewbacca stuff, was it? So what are the people saying about it? We sort of got diverted on this film now. The frame showing discs close up. I didn't really see discs myself, but got a metal color object shaped like 2 saucers, one inverted on top of the other. I don't know what they were looking at, but we didn't see much of that. Mind you, my little balloon is like that too, you know. What's the stabilized bot thing called? Stay bot. Let's hoping the robot was going to play. That's all we got on that one. (1952). That's when they claimed UFOs flew over the capital. Remember that? But all the footage they got was actually lens flare of the lights outside of the whatever it's called, the white building there. And people took it from animated footage from movies and stuff. So yeah, when did that happen? 1952. UFOs over capital. DC. 1952 Washington DC UFO incident. July. So what was the other one? Forgotten already. July also. So is it the same thing? Can't help but to... Oh, it's in Utah. So let's see. July 2. And July 12 to 29, a series of unidentified flying objects were reported in Washington, D.C. Seems like they're coming from Utah. It could be the same UFOs. Has anyone made that connection before? Has Paul seen a new connection here? It kind of looked like what they were claiming to have seen flying over the Capitol. And that footage looks like it would have matched it, actually. Let's just have a quick look at it again. Can't see anything yet. But he must be seeing it with his eyes to be filming it, as he's wasting a lot of money here. Alright, I see something now. There we go. Shame he's got no reference point though. Is it in formation? Okay, we've got one there, one there, one there, one there. Could they have been mistaken though? Could it have been like some early Mylar balloons being released and they flew off towards Washington DC? I don't know, you debunker, you. Well, it's a possibility. We have to put it on the list. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe 9 or 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I don't see how they can see that looks like discs. There's just not enough detail on this. They need to rescan this in with modern day technology, right? And do frame by frame. We might be able to see a lot more detail here. Don't really look like flying saucer there though, does it? But that one looks different shape. Looks like they're all the same orientation too. Let's just step it, and it's got me interested because I want to see if we can rule out balloons. Okay, we got some. I don't think this has ever been on Secure Team either, has it? I'll probably end up on Goof on tomorrow or next day or whatever, because I'm pretty sure he watches me and gets ideas for content. So, where did they disappear to? Ah, right. So they must be spinning, right? Why would they suddenly lose sunlight lighting them? They seem to be keeping the same orientation. Now, if it was balloons, we'd expect to see them. That one moved. Look, that's quite a sudden jump there between frame. I think we can rule out balloons on that fact alone. There, boom. That one's going in the opposite direction. Oh, there we go. They're travelling right to left, aren't they? And now some of them are going right, shooting off at really fast speed. I'm just going back again. So we've got that formation there. Next one's there. Now I don't see that one. It suddenly shows up on the bottom right here. And then it's going upwards. Well, it looked like it was. It needs to be run through some filters. Make it easier to see, I think. We probably can do that though. We need to probably go to the YouTube video directly. Looks like I'm not going to get through my tabs again, guys. 2:18 in the morning already. And what's that, 3 hours we've been into this? It's getting more interesting though, as we're going on. 3 hours we've been into this. Oh. Yeah. My eyes are getting a wee bit tired now though. Let's see what we can do. I wasn't going to do it on that one. Okay, Mr. CL10 is it? We need a frame where we got some dots. Okay, we can see some there, but I want to get some better ones. Okay, we know there are there, but you have to zoom in. It needs someone like me to get the original film, strip it down, enhance it, and stabilize on a particular object in it. Here we go. Let's see what we can do with that one quickly. Too much brightness. I'll just make it a bit easier to see. Try that one. Oh, burn your eyes out, that one. Okay. You can see it's very pixelated now, can't you? What pixel range are we talking about here? Better check that. 720p, better. I know these early films can do 4K quite easily, so why has no one rescanned this in? I don't understand. Why is the government not doing that? And just making it public domain for Mick West and others to look at. It's quite annoying, really. It's, why did it undo what I had set there before? Aha, now we can see more. You can see these other ones now. Okay, let's just keep playing it. Yeah, so we're looking at the black objects now. So there's a load more there. So let's just step it. That's easier to see, isn't it? Well, it is for me anyway. So now we can see how they're moving. And they're still there, but they're faded out. Is anyone doing incredible fast speed? So that one at the top suddenly appears up. Nothing there, and then suddenly there. Then that one disappears at the top again. Very quickly. Where does it go to though? I think we can rule out balloons. Because balloons wouldn't change like that. From that frame there to that frame there in a frame. And those two at the bottom here seem to be sticking together. See that? And these ones are all scattering very quickly. And then it's changed completely there. Look. I think we can just count birds as well, can't we? Yeah, that makes it a lot easier to see now, doesn't it? Now, what's that white blob on the film here? Seems to be going boom, great distance. Is that dust? See that white blob? Don't know. Could be specks on the film, but the black one's definitely more interesting. Yeah, the objects that we're trying to see. Actually sticking together there though. And suddenly God, just imagine if you had 4K video back then. With Sony low light stuff. We just need a ground reference point, don't we? Is that clouds in the background there? Could be, you know. Thin clouds, like, because it is a blue sky. Let me have a sip of drink here. 3 hours of talking. Yeah, that makes the video a lot better, doesn't it? I'm just looking at this one here. That's sort of moving like a bird. And suddenly it disappears. Where did it disappear to? See, that can't be a bird, you see. Too much for a jump point between, see? Boom. Now just follow this one here. Where does it disappear to? There still. Oh, where does it disappear to? Why is there a blank frame? That's strange. It's a bit like my paranormal camera. So we're watching this one here. I still should track this track 1, right? It's still there. Dimmed down. Maybe it's a thin cloud there, right? So it's lost some brightness and then it's gone into the thin cloud again. Then come out. Damn, I wish it was telephotoed like P1000, right? Could be the smoking gun footage ever. Well, that one's moving crazy like. Back to that frame again. But yeah, it's just dots again, guys. Dots is all we get. Of course, we can't rule out it being a bird as well as UFOs. It just can't move like a bird though. I'm just going back and forth just looking at it. Almost looks like it could be flapping wings there though, couldn't it? That one. Yeah, I don't know guys. I just wish it was better quality. Can't be geese because they wouldn't be in a right mess like that, or ducks. It's not balloons. I don't think it's birds, but yeah, it's just a bit hard to tell really. Well, that was better than the original. Watching it with some filters there. Post a link to it so you can have a look since we used it. Whew, okay. But that's the stuff I like to do, right? So, July 1952 UFO flip. Utah. Hey, Michael King's joined us. Hey, so faint, but something there. Yeah, the filters did help. Oh, did I miss some messages? Looks like I missed a few messages. Shelley's deleted whatever she said. Oh, right, we got one here. Do you think recent activity is a distraction? I think there is some distraction happening with the government in these Corbell videos for sure. They're just pure garbage, really. Even that 1950s one's better than what Corbell's ever shown, right? But it's still bad, you know, typical bad UFO video, really. Hey folks, that sounds like Warner Brothers. We've already done Warner Brothers. You have to go back and watch it sometime. Is it Bugs Bunny? Warner Brothers? Yeah, kinda looks like bugs flying around. Yeah, but when you watch it, I don't think it's butterflies, but we can't rule it out, really, can we? Because we've got no reference points in this one. Let's see, could it be butterflies? They reflect white. But they do seem to jump quite dramatically. But I think butterfly flight can be like that. It's another possibility, isn't it? But normally they fly around each other too, sometimes. Yeah, it's just not good enough. But you can have a watch on your big screen and see what you think of it. Anyway, moving on. Not sure how much more I can do, guys, though. Getting a bit of stiff neck sitting here. So yeah, be good to see what other experts looked at that before me. And I don't know if we got any other experts on it. Be interested to see what Mick West would say about it. But he would say it'd be wasting his time. What's that one? Blogger. Here's the full story. There are two things that have happened recently that impact this blog. Not Warner Brothers, I hope. First is a statement again by someone who should actually know better. That sounds like they're talking about Goofon. That there is no evidence that UFOs are alien craft. He asks, demands really just one example of a solid case of UFO, ignoring the fact that the debunkers have worked wonders in marginalizing UFO reports by throwing all sorts of ridiculous explanations for the sightings out there, some of which are contradictory, some are very good cases that have multiple chains of evidence, and some very good research attached to them. Yeah, he probably needs to list them. Those debunkers, they always ruin it. The second point is that for some reason these have been an ongoing dialogue into the July 1952 UFO sighting. This tale of a Navy warrant officer who filmed a formation wasn't really a formation, it seemed to be all over the place, but there was a sort of a diagonal line, I guess. Found a formation, bright objects over a tiny Utah town. The film was studied 4 months by a number of different organizations But in January 1953, the objects were identified as birds. Yeah. I didn't know that, though, by the way. By the CIA-sponsored Robertson panel. Yeah, I never knew of this footage. First time I looked at it, for a lengthy analysis of the motivations of the Robertson panel, see Alien Mysteries. Isn't that the one that Robert Farmer was going on about, saying it was there to whitewash all the UFO stuff? But you can see how that footage, like, one of them did look like it was a bird flapping the wings going along. But it doesn't mean that all the objects in that film were birds. That's the problem. And like King has pointed out, could have been butterflies even. Being blown around by different air currents, eddy currents. It's hard to know. July, I think, isn't that when the migration happens with butterflies and birds? Let's just refresh our memory. When do a bird and butterfly migrations happen in Utah? Probably I need GPT for this. If actually I did register the Bing one, so we might be able to see if we can use that actually. Late September these butterflies scatter, so that's not July. So can we rule out butterflies? Great flocks of birds that pass through during swing months of fall and spring. So when's that? Oh, here we go. A high elevation trek in our Bear River range in July where, there we go, butterfly. And they do look white underneath. The wings reflect light quite well, and they look white specks in the sky. So yeah, California, heading off to California, June, May to early June. Adults emerge in the late May and early June and almost immediately emigrate, going north and upslope, breeding local season summer, vary widely from year to year. In late July they migrate to estivating grounds, often in high country. Well, I think that sort of makes it more positive. It's in the right busy month, right? But yeah, maybe you could try Bing with that. Bing bong. I was going to type bingo. Chat, have they got it on the list? No. Am I logged in? Oh, yes. Alright. So I actually did buy that software that I'm going to use for skywatching. Wasn't much, it was like $11 New Zealand. So because of your donations I was able to fund that. But I had to give my identity away to Microshaft, unfortunately. What months? Let's break it up a bit. What months do birds migrate in Utah? Okay. Hopefully I haven't got any too many typos. Let's see. Did you help? Oh no, that's just a regular search. Okay, well, let's see what it come up with. Late March, May, spring, and also July. Now let's put it through that chat bot. I shouldn't have to copy and paste it though. I should be able to just click on it. Hey? What the hell? I thought I was accessing the Bing. What's that saying? And they're forcing us to Microsoft Edge now, are they? It would have worked last time. I have to open up Microsoft Edge, do I? What a scumbag thing to do. Am I reading it right though? It worked last time. Let's try there. And that didn't come up last time, did it? Oh well, Edge I won't be logged in though, because I didn't set it up. What's it doing now? Gonna crash my computer. Oh no, I am logged in. Transferred it, did it? There we go, it's working. Because I'm using Windows, it should automatically know me now. I'm being spied on. Paste. Let's go. Oh, in fact, whenever I work out my spelling mistake there. How clever is it? Searching, okay, I corrected it. The peak time to spot the greatest variety of migration birds in Utah is late March through May, which sounds like we just read on that search page, to early June, go north, and country in late July. Well, there you go. Hummingbirds start arriving in Utah in March. We want July though. Let's narrow it down. It's too much reading there. What birds migrate in July, Utah? Let's word it that way. Thinking about it. According to my sources, some birds that migrate through Utah in July include hummingbirds and early shorebirds. I hope that helps. Yeah, let's click on that. Are they white? Right, they look a wee bit like geese. Are they shorebirds, are they? Hummingbirds and a few shorebirds, followed by raptors pouring over the West Valley Mountains in mid-August and September. And lastly, in November come the waterfowl, geese and ducks. But we want to know what a shorebird was. That's pretty useless. Now, how do we get images on Bing? So I find Google less cluttered and a lot easier to follow than the other search engines. That's why I never really liked them. But it's opened up a web page here, which is no good. Show me a photo. Probably tucked in wrong. Photo of shore, what was it called? Shorebirds, isn't it? Just say bird then. There we go, thinking. Try to create that. What? What the hell? Ah, here we go. Finally. Oh well, it is white, isn't it? That would kind of look like little specks in the sky. Show me a formation. Oh well. Why is it not working? Show me sure birds flying, maybe. Flying in the sky. Let's see what it comes up with. Sorry, no data. Okay, here we go. Ah, they've got quite a big, wide wingspan. I don't think they would look like that on the video though. So it goes to daily, unless it's, is it making them artificial or made by being image creator? So it's not actually, can't guarantee it's 100% correct. And how was those ones done? Image creator. That foot looks like it's backwards. Has it created the birds that are a wee bit deformed? Why can't you just show me a photograph? Oh, it's a good test anyway. Let's see. So there's definitely birds there. And they're white. Hummingbird. What does a hummingbird look like? Oh, it's not doing it again. Stupid prompt. Show me photo. Ah. Must be getting too tired now. Show me. Is it working? Have I been nobbled? It's not working for some reason. Okay, show me a photo of a Utah hummingbird. Push tab, it reckons. We'll just try that. Thinking. Why does it have to create it? So, but we don't know if that's Utah hummingbird or not. I don't think they'd fly in migration in the sky, would it? Like that. So it'd have to be one of the other type of birds. Let's try butterflies was the other one. Let's do butterflies migrate. No, I've done it again, it's not taking my input. What month? Can we scale up the font on this? It's not as nice as Vivaldi, however it's called. Or Google, where's the pull down for the, oh god, is it there? No. There. Now I'm gone. Lost my way. Magnifier. What's that doing? That's a search. What's that one? Customize. Oh god, I hate Edge. Why can't they keep stuff constant? Yeah, okay. What month do butterflies tab? That says migrate. It's getting a wee bit too smart for its boots, really, isn't it? Here we go. And monarch butterflies migrate twice a year, once in fall, once in spring. Fall migration usually begins in August to September and lasts to November, while the spring migration from March to May. Is there more? Why doesn't it show me the rest of it? Where's the more tab? Oh, I've got to go to the web page to read it. See, you see the randomness of that one did look like, you got the same lines happening here, did look like what he was filming, didn't it? Mexico. Yeah, I've looked at this information before, I think. Yeah, so what did it happen? Okay, it's from March to May. Doesn't mention July there though. But there would be stragglers, wouldn't there? March, May, June, July. Don't know. Seems like 2 months difference. $3,000 kilometers. And there you go, white. That's what I was telling you, the white underneath. Yeah, so the problem is, let's narrow it down again. What butterflies exist in July, Utah? Try that. I guess it saves us having to read lots of web pages. There are hundreds of kinds of butterflies in Utah. Yeah, of course there would be. It's impossible to list all of them in one article. Monarch butterfly. Yeah, but it hasn't really answered for July, did it? Maybe I had to put month July in. Maybe it's a bit stupid. I don't know. The old cabbage, white cabbage butterfly. But yeah, missed the July. But flies in month of July, Utah. Let's try that. I'm going to break the AI system. It's going to repeat the same thing. Yep, it's repeating the same thing. No mention of July though. Painted lady, cabbage. Do you get cabbage butterflies? I didn't think they would have that many of them though. Are they big cabbage eaters in Utah? I know they do have a lot of irrigation there. Do you get cabbage butterflies in July? Utah. It's probably not going to give me the right answer, is it? How many ways can we word it? Ah, there you go. You can find white cabbage butterflies in Utah during July. They're well suited to almost any habitat in Utah and can be found in large metropolitan areas. How about the monarch? Let's see if I can add to it. How about monarch butterflies? Ah, come on. What's it got there? Batteries. Butterflies tab. Let's see what comes up with that one. You can find monarch butterflies in Utah during July, even though the other ones didn't specifically say. They are one of the most recognizable butterflies in North America, with white spots. Well, how come they look white underneath the wings though? Yeah, there you go. That was Bing for you. Just close it down. You're one click away for losing your life. What happened there? Oh, that's right. I forgot what I was looking for now. Oh, right, just to verify with the butterflies or bird migrations. Still prefer Google. Google needs, not you Google. Hey Google, what white birds exist in July month in Utah?
Here's some information for Utah seasons. Here's a summary from Visit Utah. Utah weather, fall.
She ain't gonna tell us. You can read what's written here. That's no good. You gotta tell me. Anyway. So we're reading this article still, weren't we? And look who's here. So this is an article written by Thing, and that's why we're playing this video here. So he must have seen this article here, which I found by a random search, and now he's talking about it. But yeah, he goes into depth here. So I didn't even notice that Kevin Randle's name was there. I just clicked the link and started reading. Good article though. He does good stuff. So I'll just skim it here. I'll post a link to the article. Man, it goes on a bit, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm just skim reading it here to see if there's any good bits. So they're talking about the 1952 footage, are they? But as I said, never let an independent analysis stand when you can throw cold water on it. Donald Menzel, Harvard astronomer who never met a UFO sighting he liked and who wasn't above providing explanation as quickly as he could regardless of the facts claim that it had been proven the film showed birds. It must be 1952. Such was not the case except to those with closed minds, but Menzel made the claim anyway. Well, I can see where he's at though, but what are we missing? When the Air Force finished, the Navy took over. What other facts are we missing here? Dr. R.M.I. Baker made an independent study of the film in 1955. He agreed with the Air Force that the film didn't show aircraft or balloons. Well, I ruled that one out too. There we go. I've been peer reviewed. And he didn't think it was some sort of airborne debris, no, nor did I, or radar chaff, no. In disagreement with Menzel, who found the bird explanation unsatisfactory. Well, there were some strange movements there. But like I said, it could be birds and UFOs. I don't know. Given what we know about the University of Randle UFO study led by Edward U. Codon, we could guess what they would conclude about the film. I won't mention what we now know about the reasons for the study or the directions Condon and the team. Condon, not condom. Team have been given by the Air Force. Conducted analysis for the Condon Committee. He provided a quick history of the investigation and did mention that during Baker's investigation, Newhouse provided substantially the same account with additional information. When he got out of the car, he observed the objects, 12 to 14 of them, yeah, I think I counted 10 on the screen once, to be directly overhead and milling about. That sounds like butterflies and birds, doesn't it? He described them as gunmetal coloured objects, shaped like two saucers. Now, we didn't see that in the film though. One inverted on top of the other, which sort of reinforces the idea Newhouse had not rationally altered his tale over time. Well, we didn't see that in the video footage, really. And then made his own analysis, finally concluding these observations give strong evidence that the Trent-Morton film do show birds and now regard objects as identified. But this comes only after Hartman rejected the statements by Newhouse seeing the objects at close range. So we got eyewitness account here that overrides the film quality. As we know, the eyes are better than what the camera gets. The strongest negative argument was stated later by the witnesses that the objects were seen to subtend an angle of about 0.5 degrees and were then seen as gunmetal coloured and shaped like two saucers. But the photographs and circumstances indicate that this observation could not have been meaningful. In other words, the statements of Newhouse were unimportant. I suspect the reasons being that if they were accepted, then the bird explanation was eliminated. Birds are not shaped like two saucers. held together, rim to rim. Why can't we see that in the video footage though, in that case? And one did look like it was flapping its wings there. Which looked more like a bird than a butterfly, but anyway. This is the problem we have in ufology. It's not geese! It's not geese, guys! Well, I agree, that one definitely wasn't geese. So you can see, even back then, we got two sides, you know, the scientists and the debunkers and the government against the eyewitnesses' claims. It's a shame the video doesn't really show up close thing. We need to teleport him a P1000 back into 1950s and then imagine then what we'd get. This is a case of multiple chains of evidence. First, the eyewitness testimony, which has been virtually ignored. It is clear from what Rupert never say that some parts of the Project Blue Book file on the case have disappeared. But that doesn't change the fact that Newhouse and his wife saw the UFOs and what they had to say about it. Yeah, see, debunkers are going to say the eyewitness accounts are not solid enough, and you can see how far away they looked on the camera. So yeah, I don't know, it's a tricky one, guys, but it definitely, some of the movement there wasn't birds for sure. Only one looked like a bird, in my opinion. So could a bird have been in the shot? Yes, that's really possible. And the other ones were actually flying saucers. So yeah, always got to keep that middle ground, right? Here's the point. Oh, finally we got to a conclusion. Those who know that there is no alien visitation claim that there is no evidence. Sounds like Mick West to the contrary. I say the Tremonton, Utah film is evidence of something unusual flying through the atmosphere. And if elevated from a ice packing in here, from a neutral position is not explained by birds. I freely concede that eliminating the accepted explanation does not land directly in the extraterrestrial. I will also note that we do not have some evidence of an unusual event. I further note that if Newhouse description is accurate, then there is no prism, and you have something that suggests there could be alien visitation or experimental craft. So the government want to claim everything's birds or insects and write it off, or balloons, but definitely couldn't have been balloons with some of the crazy movements there. So, looks like this one created a bit of a stir with the comments too, eh? Anomalous. Is that Corbell? I will freely concede. Okay, this seems completely contradictory to me. How can you jump from no explanation to no terrestrial explanation? There's your bias prism. The lack of neutrality right there, just because no one can figure out what they were does not mean they came from outer space. I tend to agree with the sentiments Kevin sets out in the main article. In particular, this case is one of a number that might be useful for analysis of the motion of the objects in the light of developments since 1950s. Yeah, so why has no one scanned it in 4K and put it out there and let new minds look at it? It's a shame that, as far as I'm aware, we don't have the full Navy analysis which ruled out birds, although the main points have been given. For example, in the Condon report, I would be interested to know if the pattern of movement could be attributed to electromagnetic influence of the atmosphere plasma. Oh no, not plasma. I was going to talk about plasma too, but no, not tonight again, guys. Found some interesting articles on plasma. For example, I suspect not, but finally fully acknowledged my lack of sufficient expertise perform the analysis comparison with predictions. The video is just not good enough. It really isn't. So it does have to be in that basket of maybe, right? It'd be a list: birds, butterflies, birds. They're the most top likely ones there, right? I don't think it would be faked, but certainly it could be misidentified by the eyewitness accounts. And we don't know if they had some bias. Like, was that Navy guy into UFOs? If there's like, or was he completely didn't believe in it, and that was the first encounter? So we need to know more of the background of the people, really. I didn't see it in the article there. Anyone doing a background check? Probably a bit late now. Yes. So this is going to have lots of comments, I think. What's this here? Here he estimates objects without confidence at 10,000 feet, which doesn't sound close to me, but then I'm not a UFO enthusiast. Yeah, you can't tell. We had nothing to gauge on. How can we say? Can I take the eyewitness account of distances? Love the part about never rerun. If only the actual evidence backed up your unsupported and now discredited assertion. Ooh. Fight. It does look like an awful lot of birds. Well, it wasn't that many. It was only like, they said 14, right? As always, the taken up of the case never matches the evidence. As usual, I would favour an ounce of scientific research over a ton of speculation. I just reread Hartman's write-up on Trimension case. In Condon report, I noticed that he restricted himself entirely to photogrammetry, calculation of size and motion of the images, opposed to photometry, in which one considers the brightness of images. Photometry allows one to estimate how many photons the image was given off. I suspect, I suppose this is when we're talking about film though, I'm not really a film expert. I suspect it was some sort of photometry measurements that led the Navy's Photo Interpretation Center, the former runner of National Reconnaissance Office, I believe, to conclude that the objects were self-luminous. In theory, this should been a easy determination to make. If true, would totally eliminate the bird explanation. Okay. That's one thing. There's a good point there. Because we're talking about film, not digital sensor images. Hartman quotes our chop as describing the images as burnt right down to the celluloid back in. In other words, the images were totally saturated. We know what kind of film, what shutter speed, and which f-stop was used on the camera that day. Hartman's photographic grammetric analysis placed different bounds on the minimum distance the birds would have to been in order to just be unresolvable. The number is 2,000 feet. I am skeptical that the seagull white breast feathers exposed to the moon. Well, we didn't get seagulls, did we? We got shorebirds, which I suppose they do look a bit like seagulls. Utah sun would saturate the film used in the camera that day at a different distance at 2,000 feet, but I could be wrong. So again, it comes down to being a film expert. It would seem like a fairly simple and straightforward calculation to find it somewhat unexplainable that the Hartman did not do it, considering he went through this exact kind of analysis on the Trent photos. Yeah, and that turned out to be a truck mirror, right? Moreover, since the film is in color, it should be possible in principle to make an estimate of the color temperature of the image, which would give information regarding whether they were reflected sunlight or were self-luminous. So, glowing flying saucers? Why would they be glowing, though? I would think that any scientist with a modicum of intelligence, curiosity, would have thought about these elements of the case, but Hartman didn't follow those leads. There's too much to read here, but it's quite interesting, the whole shebang. This is why we're in this field. We're looking for stuff like this, and with fresh eyes, right? Looking at it with fresh eyes. But no one said it could be multiple objects, right? It could be butterflies, it could be birds. Could even be UFOs mixed in. That makes it completely really tricky. Yeah, still going on. Whoa. On and on and on. I knew it'd be popular. Anyway, if you got plenty of time on your hands, guys, go and check it out. I'll post it on the side. Oh, my jaw just clicked. Out of joint. Yeah, I've got to start moving again. What do we call this one? Kevin Randle. So I started playing a glip and then ended up reading this article, which probably was better. I'll just call it Kevin Randle there for the time being. We had similar, but we needed the rain. What do we got? Are you gone back watching my old stuff? Talking about the weather here, it's been bad. Bloody Nora. Haven't heard that said for a while. Heavens just opened up here after days of rain. Sun, what a noise. Tell me about it. I've had it for the last 4 or 5 days. I'm trying to set up the skywatching project. Which, if you missed, I showed some of it at the beginning. What was this one here? Alright, we're talking about the memo. It's amazing how we go from one thing to another. Keyhole. So what was this one about again? Talking about the Sarbacher thing. Oh, right. And then I did a search and that linked us into Kevin Randle. And it's amazing how he went. It's funny, we started out with the video, right? And I did a search and we found that article here, which is not by Kevin. And then I did another search that went back into Kevin's article. Synchronicity. So yeah, I thought I lost my way on this one too. Talking about the bodies. Oh, that's right. Obviously, there had been a course from what we've been able to extract from Dr. Sarbacher's memory. The associated flying a saucer crash with Eisenhower administration, not before. The talk came from the research. But we covered all that already, haven't we? Before the crash saucer syndrome began by Carr in 1974, a scientist named Arthur G. Stanton approached a respected UFO investigator named Ray Fowler. I think I've heard that name from Robert. He told him he had been a project engineer with the Atomic Energy Commission on Operation Upshot Knothole. What a name. Being employed at Wright Patterson Air Force Base 47 to 60. These tests took him to assignments in Nevada working on atomic blast efforts on various types of buildings. On May 20th, 1953, he had received a call from a supervisor, Dr. Edward Dole. That sounds like a character from Blackadder, doesn't it? Then he would be needed tomorrow for a special assignment along with other scientists. On May 22nd, 1953, he was seconded from his work and driven to Indian Springs, Nevada. He and other scientists were flown to Luke Air Force Base in Arizona near Phoenix. From there, they were taken in a bus. Sounds like where Bob Lazar got his story from. We're taken in a bus with blacked out windows to some undisclosed location. Was it called S4? About 4 hours away. It was night time, May 21st, 1953. They disembarked the bus. From what they could see of the topology, it was flatland desert. Sounds very much like Bob Lazar's story, doesn't it? They're skidded into the desert was a silver disc. They were set to examine and study it. And I think Bob Lazar read all this, and that's where he got it all from, and just put it all together. Now, 20 years later, 1973, Stanton confided the details of his involvement. He wanted his identity protected. Fowler would refer to him by the alias Fritz Werner. This is what Stanton had told him. The object was considered of an unfamiliar metal which resembled brushed aluminium. But that kind of sounds like mylar too, doesn't it? It had impacted 20 inches into the sand without any sign of structural damage. Well, if it was a milder craft, would that even be possible? And bounce, wouldn't it? I don't think so. It'd get torn by rocks and things. Hatch had been vertically lowered and opened. So that sounds almost like something that Michael Schratt would draw. Okay, let's just keep on going. It was about 3.5 feet high and 1.5 feet wide. I was able to talk briefly with someone on the team who did look inside only briefly. He saw 2 swivel seats. Okay, aliens like swivel seats. Wasn't that something you get in the 1960s? They just bought a couple of computer chairs, stuck it inside their Black Ops craft and took off. I was able to talk briefly with someone on the team who did look inside briefly. Oval chairs on a lot of instruments and displays. Did they have levers and clicky buttons, or was it all touch screen? A tent pitched over near the object shelter and dead remains of only occupant of the craft. It was about 4 feet tall, dark brown complexion, and had 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, and a small round mouth. Didn't say big head. It was clothed on silvery metallic suit and wore a skull cap of the same type of material, and wore no face covering or helmet. Doesn't sound like a typical alien grey though, but 4 foot 4 foot something tall. 2 ears. We don't normally hear about ears though. And did they say they're brown? Brown complexion. The South Americans. Nazis doing a test flight. Britain's Flying Review gave an article representing of Stanton's account. Okay. That does almost sound like small humans, you know, rather than aliens. Sounds like those small people that you get in Indonesia on those little islands, and also South America. You know, the little tiny people, because they go up. They live in high conditions, so like Sherpas, right? They have like smaller body stature, so they can handle the less air in the higher altitude. It kind of sounds like that to me. Doesn't rule out it being a test craft again, and maybe the pilots were from that region, right? So where do we go with this one? Overall, it was not popular concept of flying saucers in 73 anymore yet. It is the original description from the earliest reports of aerial sightings in the late 40s. These reports were soon forgotten because within the popular forum of oval shape was replaced with the round disc. So it wasn't round, it was oval. Okay. With a dome, central dome on top, and further conversation with Fowler. So could it be, again, still could point to some reverse technology that someone was working on South America and made it as far as America before they crashed. 2 spotlights were centered on the crashed object, which was ringed with guards. Because this is a nice story though, isn't it? Could be all make-believe. Lights were so bright that it was impossible to see the surrounding area. The object was oval and looked like 2 deep saucers, one inverted upon the other. It was about 30 feet in diameter, with convex surfaces top and bottom. These surfaces were about 20 feet in diameter. Part of the object had sunken into the ground. It was constructed of a dull silver metal like brushed aluminium. Not silver, right? That's that dull silver. Metal was darker where the saucer lips formed a rim. That really sounds like man-made to me. My particular job was determined from the angle and the depth of impact into the sand, how fast the vehicle forward. Okay. But we want to know what the DNA, autopsy and DNA was of the creatures. Guardman around it. What's this? A mushroom. Clay model made by an oval shaped disc with an oval convex top and bottom. So what's that there? Is that the best we got? A bit confused by that one there. But yeah, we've got another one here. Yeah, it goes on a bit. Another long article. Was there some red flags? Nope. We'll just now we're getting on to David Fravor. Boring. Okay, what's this? They describe the source as overall dying. We already aren't. It's already been stated. Aerosana crash. Okay. Again, it could be our technology that. Still going on. Fleet was off San Diego and Pacific in 2004. Okay, this is getting on to the more modern stuff again. The Tic Tacs. Mind you, it didn't look like a Tic Tac. Anyway. If you want to read the rest of that, I just couldn't handle any more reading, really. So what do we call this one? Sarbacher. More info. I don't know. Just call it that. My head is hurting. So where do we get to? Okay, well let's just keep on. I think it's pretty much covered it in all those articles, but we'll just have a listen of this again.
Not a way to add to my credibility, but to merely point out that we have been able to talk to people who are involved on a one-to-one basis. As an example, we've got the Sheriff Wilcox in Roswell. Well, we never talked to him. We talked to his daughter. So when we talk to the daughter, that becomes
not David Wilcox.
She was secondhand, we're thirdhand. But the daughter, it's not Elizabeth Tulk, it's the other one, whose name I cannot remember at the moment. Jeez, it's what happens when you get old. Your brain melts. Yeah. McGuire.
It does.
She was in the office when Brazel showed up, so she could talk about what she had seen in the office.
Yeah.
And then other stuff she heard later, but she became secondhand. She became firsthand, and we talking to her. We became secondhand witnesses.
Right.
But with Sarbacher, he's at best a second-hand witness and maybe a third-hand witness, and it's Wilbert Smith. Can't believe I wrote it down right. So I worry that that's the reference, and he's gotten hold of some of that old information that's come up.
That's what I was saying.
And we have to remember that sort of thing. But there's nothing in the letter.
I think David Grusch has read all the same stuff that we just read, and all the 1950 stuff. It's just repeating what we already know, and there's just no evidence still. And grainy footage, and he hasn't even got any video or anything, photos, and he probably never will have.
That is classified and really corroborates anything other than he's concerned that there might be reverse engineering going on. Nothing about really weaponization, but reverse engineering going on.
Reverse engineering. Sure, stuff fell out the sky, Russian tech, Chinese chick, planes crashed, experimental planes crashed. They would have recovery teams that go out there and make sure there's no bits left on the desert, bring it all back. And if it wasn't their own technology, they would be analysing it. So reverse engineering has been around since the year dot, I would say, since World War, World War II probably. Or even earlier.
And he's concerned that it will affect their relations with the other partners in this, I want to say triumvirate, but it's really more than that. But it's the Australians, the New Zealanders, the Canadians, the British, and the United States, all involved in this.
Minimize it. We got 7 watching.
Ongoing research.
How's it possible?
Other things, not just UFOs. So I think the purpose for the letter was to warn, to make sure that the proper government officials in Canada are aware of this possibility.
Yeah. Well, I just want to say toodaloo to everyone over at KGRA Radio. We're going to continue on a little bit because we have not talked about your book, and that's the main reason you actually were here. So thank you.
Right. So you got to always give them a plug to get them on your show as a person to talk with, right? Got to plug your book and movie.
At KGRA Radio, and we'll see you next week with Mario. When I first started hearing about crash vehicles, I thought, wow, that is, bizarre. And I was saying kind of things that I heard other people say, like, how did they get here, and then how could they crash? But if you had, I'm asking you to speculate here. Do you believe that it's possible that there are crash vehicles and that we actually do, like Grusch's story could be an actual truth?
There are elements that I believe are true, and he was talking about the Roswell case. Well, yeah, as I said earlier, I lean toward the extraterrestrial in the Roswell case. People say to me, well, why would it crash? And I'm thinking, well, maybe somebody pushed the wrong button. Maybe something failed. We have moved to a point in our technology where things.
Yeah, humans make mistakes and crash planes, so why not aliens? But again, he said what I said, that there is truth. He obviously believes, Grusch believes what he was saying. And there's probably some truth mixed in with just stories that may be fabrications. And we're back into this vicious circle in ufology again. We don't know what's true and who to trust. And we're never going to get anywhere. So the only way is to move forward and try and do what I'm doing. Understand camera technology, get it permanently set up, watching the skies, and just see how good it performs and all that. And never know what you're going to catch, There has been a few cases of triangle UFOs flying over Canterbury here, where I live. Silent, so it's not sort of thing you're going to notice, because you ain't going to hear it, so you ain't going to look up. Unlike the planes that fly overhead and make a hell of a noise. So, yeah, you never know. I might just catch something and be on multiple cameras. But no one will still believe it though. But anyway,
things can be built that are almost indestructible, and yet things still go wrong. So they crash. I'd said at one point my favorite theory was that they did it on purpose, because it's a very non-threatening way to introduce themselves to the people of Earth. It's it's crash craft and the dead bodies.
Well, there's speculation of Roswell being a lightning strike. Yeah.
You can get through interstellar space and a lightning bolt is going to bring you down. I mean, there's a lot of stuff you got to get through in interstellar space to get here, and lightning isn't going to be a problem. But as I said,
well, lightning does hit planes, and they're designed in a way that it doesn't cause them to crash, right? So a lightning strike is a bit bizarre, but big storm front, where you got a mogul balloon that's flying in front of you, you see at the last second, because you're going at hypersonic speeds, crash into that and bring down the flying saucer. And you get 2 debris fields, is what I said is a possibility. And then you get one with the balloon wreckage, and the other one's actually the flying saucer wreckage that's in a different area with the bodies. So there's all sorts of theories out there. It's just a lot of people claiming all sorts of things, and that's why we're trying to get Robert Farmer back on to recap the Roswell stuff with new information and documents that he can find. So we'll see if we can organise that. COVID. We've been honoured by a COVID visit. How did we manage that? No one's up at this stupid hour, I guess. They had to reverse engineer the Enigma code. Yep, they did. But it certainly helped for them to smuggle one out. But yeah, they broke that with obviously pure logic and science, right? That they looked, the Germans made a mistake of having the similar phrases at the start of every message, right? And they could use that then to break the code. Marianne Rejewski reversed engineered the inner workings. I don't think I know that one. Long time no see. Yeah, where you been hiding out? On UFOman's channel, we talked about him earlier. It's yeah, I made it nice for you UKers, and I made it horrible for myself. It's nearing 4 in the morning here. You're 12 hours exactly behind, right? So yeah, not sure if they're going to add any more to what to speculation and stuff here. Mind you, I'm going to find some time to watch it all myself. It's just a matter of finding time. Hour and a half. So Martin Willis, we used under fair use and added their own stuff to it, didn't we? So, but you know, with the copyright stuff I talked about earlier, we'll see how it goes. Appreciate the time. Same time here. Yeah, I know. I was being really kind to you guys. But I'll probably be really crook tomorrow, you know. I'm starting to feel a bit rough now. So we'll just close that one down. So we've got some other stuff here. I can't remember now. Let's just refresh the brain. Alright, the Blackvault put out this bombshell letter confirming UAP reverse engineering programs. Like I just said, alright, this is the name you were talking about, was it? Have I got the wrong person? Too many names. My brain's getting too old for names and dates. This is where we need a sidekick. historian on that handles all that, and I'll just handle all the analysis side of stuff. But can concentrate a bit more than in middle of the night. Well, me, I've done mostly shift work all my life, right? So, you know, I had to start at 10 p.m. and work all the way to 8 a.m. in the morning, and then rotate shifts and all that sort of stuff. Got used to it, really. But it annoys people around me, though, because I'm like that. I'm not a 9 to 5 type person, never have been. And at least if I'm on a live stream, I might not be abducted by aliens. Well, we haven't heard any crazy stuff happening since I set up the second camera in the bedroom anyway, which is a bit of a shame, because now I've got a better camera in there. I might be able to capture something really good. But yeah, it's been really quiet again, and the lights stopped switching on, but we'll see what happens. So yeah, I'll just play a clip here under fair use, and I'll post the rest of it. So what was this
in
about?
Recent weeks, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp on their weaponized podcast
Pass me a bucket, Tom, and
teased yet another release. Now, these always intrigue me. I've talked about that on this channel before. The last one, not so much after the fact, but this one I was excited to see. This was, and let me go ahead and jump right into it. This one was teased on Twitter by Jeremy Corbell, and he stated, "Happy to say that on Weaponized tonight we are releasing a new document into public record pertaining to an allied coordination of UFO UAP reverse engineering programs. No matter where UFOs are from, it is now openly admitted by our Department of Defense and allied nations that there are durational UAP reverse engineering and exploitation programs. It's time to acknowledge the UAP presence." What I anticipated was a lot different than what happened. This was before the show. I'm not going to play the clip, but I invite you to visit Jeremy's page. That way you guys can see that and view it. But it was teased pretty hard. What it was and what it is this, a 2-page letter, about a page and a half, from Larry Maguire. He's a Canadian politician. And it was a letter that he wrote in March of this year to Minister Anand. That's Anita Anand. She's the
as if we
defense,
can read that. At least
the
I
Minister of National Defense in Canada. Now, I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but let me read a couple lines. "Dear Minister Anand, it has come to my attention through meetings with American officials that the United States Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and Senate Committee on Armed Services have been undertaking in-camera hearings with government and military subject matter experts on the recovery and exploitation of..."
Yeah, let's see if I can get it bigger. Is that better? We're on maximum here, aren't we? 1080. See, this is where I do it better with the zoom stuff.
"Of physical material from unidentified aerial phenomena." Jumping down, as Minister of National Defense, you may not be aware, Defense Research and Development Canada has participated in efforts to analyze UAP, which is publicly traceable to circa 1950. Jumping down, Canada's Chief Science Advisor has also launched the Sky Canada project, which is investigating how the Government of Canada manages UAP reports. It is imperative the Government of Canada have a communications plan to respond to these upcoming public revelations that will stem from these American FMPs, or Foreign Material Programs. Well, that to me is not necessarily a DoD admission, so I was a little surprised at this, but admittedly,
aliens either.
I don't know a whole lot about Canada's politics or politicians, but a friend of mine does. He is the expert on all things Canada and UFOs and UAP. He's been doing this for decades. He's been on this show before. So I rang him up and I said, "Hey, what's going on? I need you to help me and all my viewers understand. Is this a bombshell? Is it proof of anything? Is it extraordinary? Has our world changed?
Like I keep saying, this reverse engineering has been happening for probably decades, at least since the World War II, at least. So, yeah, it doesn't say aliens in that sort of memo, unlike the Sarbacher one, which again, we just discovered all that as like second or third hand information again, like David Grusch. But like I said, at least he talked about people, listed out people that knew about the program, one of them being credible scientists, right? Oppenheimer and all that sort of stuff. So
changed. Mr. Chris Rutkowski agreed to send me some of his thoughts. Take a look.
Hi, John. Thanks for the opportunity to give you my comments about these Canadian bombshell documents. I don't think that they're bombshell necessarily. I do know that Member of Parliament Larry Maguire has been very outspoken about his belief in UAP as a subject that needs to be studied in greater detail. I did get a request from him to brief him on my UFO research that I've been doing for the past 40 and a little more years in Canada. And I do know that before he actually reached out to me that he had been briefed by Louis Elizondo and a few other Americans, so he's gotten a different perspective on things. Well, as far as the statement that Canadian government may have been taking part in analyzing fragments of UAP, that sounds a lot like what had been claimed by Wilbert Smith, who was a radio technician back in the 1950s here in Canada. He's best known for something called the Smith Memo, where he says that while at a conference in Washington, D.C., he was told privately that UFOs and flying saucers are a subject of great interest to the American government. As a matter of fact, they're classified 2 points higher than the H-bomb.
So we just been through all that. It's funny how we all seem to end up with the same information just doing other searches, right? But yeah, he's just repeating what I already know, and Greenwald could have found the same information. So anyway, there's not much there, is there? Apart from that memo. Where did it come from? Corbell, wasn't it? Corbell and Knapp. Yeah, here we go. I think Mick West talked about it, and Mick West said basically the same as I did about retrievals. There's no secret about it. Alright, we're talking about the submarine. Yeah, that submarine accident that happened, that was pretty disgusting to hear, really. You hear all the facts about it now. How it was an experimental craft, and they shouldn't have been having tourists in it. There was a lot of warnings given, even from New Zealand experts on that, and they didn't listen. Arrogance costs lives. But yeah, 1,000 atmospheres, they said it was getting down to, was it? We went through all those calculations last time. This is why Cambion was talking about it at the end of his live show, and he was saying some incorrect things. He was saying that nuke subs go to 12,000 feet. And maybe I did a research on that, and it was between 1,500 and 3,000 feet. Although we couldn't find information on it, because obviously it's top secret, top nuke subs. So yeah, I did another search, and I thought I'd share this, which I shared with him. What nuke sub? 12,000 feet? Not what I found. Some say 3,000 feet max for most. But America Ohio class ballistic missile submarines have been in service since 1981 and have a reported maximum depth of 800 feet. It's not very deep, really. though it's been widely reported that they may actually be capable of reaching as far as 1,500 feet before their holes become compromised. And then this one here, is it Russian? Komsomolets was a nuclear-powered submarine specially designed to make trips as far down as 1,300 meters, which is 4,000 feet, which sounds very close to the information I found, like 3,000 feet. So this one could actually get a bit further below sea level, definitely less than the Tretzi, a two-man sphere sub, which got down to 26,000 feet, was it? Can't remember exactly now. I should have put it in the comment, but very significant because the Komsomlet had to defend a much larger air bubble against encroaching pressure of the surrounding ocean. I think it's about 1,000 atmospheres, but anyway, if it imploded, it would have squashed them in milliseconds, like a car wheel on top of a beer can, I guess. And yeah, I wonder if they'd find bodies though. It's not like you're going down with a ship, right? You gradually, your body's gradually changing the air pressure as you're dead and floating downwards with the ship. But when you suddenly imploded, be like puree. Even the bones, wouldn't it be? Anything with air in it, especially, right? So it makes you wonder how the sea life copes with those sort of depths, right? But the sperm whale can go down to 12,000 feet, I think. Or was it 10,000? 10,000. And can stay down there for 38 minutes, I think I read. Again, just going by memory, so I might be wrong. So I just sent that to Cambian to correct his information in the comments on his episode. He probably wouldn't appreciate it, but yeah, it's a bit sad, really, that whole incident. They paid, what, $250,000 each? $1 million with 4 people in it. It sounds to me like they should build subs at spheres. We know that's nature's best shape for anything really in the universe. So it just makes you wonder, again, going back to that story, because that's when we first looked it up, that story about the USO case from Dr. Greer, claiming that they had a 3-mile long cable that pulled up a UFO. And we did the calculations and it would simply snap the wire, right? We're out the flying saucer on the end. But it makes you wonder if UFOs could go that deep, how they would be able to withstand air bubble. So that means to me, if that's the case, if they can verify that, then they don't have air bubbles inside the UFO, and maybe it fills up with some sort of fluid which maybe they breathe, or maybe they don't breathe, right? We talked about earlier in the night about these beings like a hard casing on them, no skin around the muscles, but like insects, but very light and very strong. So yeah, could it be artificial life forms? Maybe if it's billions of years old, it could well be, couldn't it? Could have like a biological brain that doesn't need oxygen to keep it living, and it can withstand fast speeds and extreme pressures. But how does it get from one side of the universe to here without crashing into space rocks and So if you're flying a UFO faster than the speed of light, or even at the speed of light, and you whack into a meter-long meteorite, do you think it's just going to vaporize the meteorite? I reckon nothing would be able to stop that. Yeah, it's like two head-on cars crashing at 100 miles an hour, right? Makes a hell of a mess. Or if you crash your car into a tree, what mess it makes. So yeah, so this is something, last of all, I'll just wrap up on. I better shut up because they might hear me through the walls now because they're all in bed. Senate Intelligence Bill. I might have to go to white screen on this one. I don't know. Does it read all right? There might be, sometimes I've noticed this black thing gets rid of some writing because it doesn't change it properly. So what's it saying? Senate Intelligence Bill gives holders of non-Earth origin or exotic UAP material 6 months to make it available to AARO. Oh no, do I have to read all that? Might just try Edge to read it out actually. I'm pretty much done. Here we go, let's give it a try. Although they don't like using readers, but I can read better than I can. And it doesn't sound a bit strange. I want to close that down. Yeah, computer's a bit laggy. Might have a quick look on the cameras before I wrap up too. All this shit coming up. What's all that? Download Microsoft Edge. I don't want to. So read aloud. Is it? Yeah. It's been a while since I've used it actually.
Senate Intelligence Bill gives holders of non-Earth origin or exotic UAP material 6 months to make it available to AARO. Douglas Dean Johnson. June 24th, 2023, 17-minute read. We need to just look into whether there are rogue SAP programs that no one is providing oversight for. The goal for me will be to have a hearing on that at some point so that we can assess if these SAPs actually exist. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Democrat, New York, quoted in UFO Whistleblower, Meet a Conspiracy-Loving Congress, by Matt Laszlo, in Wired, June 13, 2023. By Douglas Dean Johnson. At Dean Johnson on Twitter. Original publication, June 24th, 2023.
When was it?
10:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Any substantive updates or corrections added after the initial publication are logged at the end of the article. The U.S. Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, SSCI, has unanimously approved legislation containing language that appears intended to dig out any UAP-associated technology that is or ever was controlled by the federal government. The new UAP/UFO provisions are being publicly reported in detail in this article for the first time anywhere. The new UAP provisions are part of the fiscal year 2024 Intelligence Authorization Act, IAA-S 2103, which was approved unanimously by the Senate Intelligence Committee in a closed-door session on June 14. On June 21st, I reported on the committee's action, but the text of the UAP amendment was not yet publicly available at that time. The committee formally filed the bill, and it was assigned its number on June 22nd. It was posted on the internet early on June 24th. The new UAP language, found in Section 1104 of the bill, would require any person currently or formerly under contract with the federal government that has in their possession material or information provided by or derived from the federal government relating to unidentified anomalous phenomena that formerly or currently is protected by any form of special access or restricted access to notify the director of the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, within 60 days of enactment, and 2. Provide within 180 days, 6 months, a comprehensive list of all non-Earth origin or exotic unidentified anomalous phenomena material possessed and to make it available to the AARO Director for assessment, analysis, and inspection. AARO is the Pentagon office established by Congress to conduct investigations of unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP,
Blah, blah, blah.
and to collect information on current and past federal government activity pertaining to UAP. The legislation also would require the AARO Director to notify designated congressional committees and leaders within 30 days after receiving any such notifications, information, or exotic materials.
So,
The Intelligence Committee.
Linda Moldy Howe and who else? Tom DeLong are going to submit their material to AARO or what? Get rated? Or they're just asking nicely here.
Intelligence Committee legislation also includes what might be called a safe harbor provision, providing that if such a person complies with the notification and make available deadlines, no criminal or civil action may lie or be maintained in any federal or state court against any person for receiving UAP-related material or information.
Okay, so that's sort of making it open there that if you're sitting on some material, now's the time to make it available. So this could be a game changer, couldn't it? And if nothing comes off it, then what do we interpret? That no one's actually got any material that they can say is off a spacecraft. And of course AARO doesn't have to make it public, do they? Well, their findings either. So yeah, so just smoke and mirrors again. I don't know. Let's keep on going.
The safe harbor language might be read to imply that a private entity that obtained non-human technology from the government and then held on to that material outside of the standard mechanisms for democratic oversight, perhaps profiting from it in some manner, might be in a legally tenuous position. If so, then such an amnesty period might smooth the way for timely and orderly disclosure. This reading of the provision is speculative. The committee...
It sounds like hand in your guns but won't be arrested or fined. Same sort of thing happened in New Zealand.
Committee has not yet published any explanatory material on the language. Section 1104 of S. 2103 does not create any new criminal offenses. Neither does it confer any immunity for threats or acts of violence, perjury, or other crimes of the sort sometimes alleged in stories about purported hidden government UFO
I thought
programs.
it had 5 likes, down to 4 now.
A PDF file of the UAP-related section of the bill, Sector 1104, is embedded immediately below this paragraph. Images of the 7 UAP-related pages are displayed at the bottom of this article. UAP Text S2103 Intelligence Authorization Act.
This could apply to Bigelow.
1104 is embedded immediately below this paragraph.
Bigelow, who else? Skunk Works. So that, but if you give it, do you get it back? You know, a lot of stuff that people sent in to be investigated always seemed to go vanishing, didn't it? So yeah, what do you think on that one, guys? Do we keep on reading it? Does it read on from there?
Paragraph. Images of the 7 UAP-related pages are displayed at the bottom of this article. UAP Text S2103 Intelligence Authorization Act. UAP Text S2103 Intelligence Authorization Act .pdf 137 kilobytes. Download circle. The 7-page committee amendment that is now Section 1104 of the bill was sponsored by Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Democrat, New York. It was co-sponsored by Senators Michael Rounds, Republican, South Dakota, John Cornyn, Republican, Texas, and Marco Rubio, Republican, Florida. The language was adopted by the 17-member committee without dissent, see roster below, after which the overall bill was approved unanimously.
Hooray.
Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Democrat, New York, sits on both the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, Democrat, New York, sits on both the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and the Senate Armed Services Committee.
She looks like
She chairs the Emerging Threats and Capabilities Subcommittee of the Armed Services Committee.
A Norman.
Intelligence Committee notification language is backed up by sweeping funding ban for non-compliance. Besides the notification and make available requirements for UAP-related information and hardware, S. 2103 contains a sweeping prohibition on any future direct or indirect funding for any Special Access Program, SAP, activity related to unidentified anomalous phenomena, as that term is broadly defined in current law. See the box below, unless the program has been formally, officially, explicitly, and specifically described, explained, and justified to the appropriate committees of Congress, congressional leadership, and the director of AARO.
Perhaps all the Congress has see all the handed material in before it's handed to AARO. Then it's documented and who it's from. I think that would be a better way in doing it. At least you can guarantee where it's all come from and can't disappear and be hidden again.
Access Program, SAP, refers to classified programs run by the military or certain other agencies, to which access is restricted to lists of specific persons, determined on a need-to-know basis. Within the intelligence community, a comparable program is referred to as a Controlled Access Program, CAP. There are several different categories of SAP/CAPs, some more secret than others, but under statutes beefed up in recent years, every type of SAP/CAP is supposed to be reported to at least a small number of designated members of Congress.
It'd be funny if they had one called RSAP.
Munity, a comparable program, is referred to as a Controlled Access Program, CAP.
Okay, we got the, I think, haven't we? Oh no, it's still going on. Here we go. What's that say there? Oh no, it sounds like a Corbell thing. Transmedian objects. He's got a CAP. RSAP. Recruiting, employee, training, blah blah blah. I'll paste, you can listen to the rest of it. I think we got the gift of it all here. The gist of it all, I mean. See, now I'm getting too tired. Okay. I was thinking Nordic and I was saying Norman. That's how tired I'm getting. She looks like a Nordic. A tall white. Well, she's probably not tall though. Still going. Going. Is that called information overload or what, guys? Tonight we've had lots of documents like this. Although this one's probably the most boring document we've read so far. The new initiatives in the Senate. In the media beginning on June 5th regarding allegations by David Grusch, who in April retired from a level GS-15 position. And he's got a bit of RSAP too, I'm pretty sure. But anyway, he certainly got some final crazy expressions, that's for sure. You know, you'd think he was a deep fake, some of the facial expressions he was pulling. We could all be being conned, huh? I know, it's one about Coolheart here. Ross. So, before we wrap up though, I might just have a skim of some of the Twitter accounts out there, because maybe they're talking about this now. So we'll probably have UFO Jesus saying, aha, disclosure is coming. Keeps the grifters out there, the shills, new material all the time to talk about, right? I'll make about a dozen episodes out of it. Mind you, I've probably talked more than I would want to on it as well. But, yeah. But at least I only do one episode every week, and it might be like 10 hours long. But I put chapters on it eventually, and you get a whole week show in one go. It's like watching a whole season. You should be happy. But yeah, I'm probably going to have to wrap up, aren't I? Because the 6-hour limit is a bit of a problem with a lot of things, and I'm probably getting close to that, coming up to 5. Well, another 5-hour show. So anything on UFO interest, it's just, yeah, scam it. Scam it. Skim it. Oh dear. I'm not even drunk. Maybe if I was, I wouldn't be in such pain at the moment. But anyway. What are we looking at? Contrails again, are we? Yeah. Sunset. Contrail. UFO, man. Okay, what's the next one? This is a fake. Yep. Oh, that one. That one there I saw way back in 2008. That's been around for a long time. Real or fake? Come on, mate. Do some research. I suppose you should play it. Might get copyright. Copyright claim. Here we go. Oh, it's got some music. Bound to get copyright on that. Yeah. Was that section 51? I know they did something similar. They made it into a really good fake spud cam footage there. That's it, repeating. Oh no, not Jamie, my son. That's a tweet without the original context and with a wrong date. Isn't that the most common thing? In ufology, shills. The video shows the last landing of Antonov AN225, recorded on February 2022. Okay. Is it a video? Oh, here we go. Already exposed. Okay. Looks really cold there. Is it like a SpaceX thing, is it? Russian style. Did he say landed? It's like a plume of vapors, is it? Oh no, it's coming towards them. And it is vapors, but a contrail. Ah, it's some type of plane. Ooh, 6 engines on that thing. That must carry a lot of load inside. That's like a, what is it, a C-180, but a supersized Russian version. That's pretty cool. Never seen that before. US impressive UAP taken in June 2023. That boring one. Is that doing the rounds again? Jamie, my son. And it's from the Donut Boys, one of many old channels, CGI artists. See, this guy's a laughing stock, he really is. Why is he even in ufology being taken seriously by so many millions of people? Is that the real face of Scott Brando now? Is he not using the Photoshop one? I don't know. Is it some actor maybe? Okay, what is this one? Oh, hi, oh, this is one of the worst fake videos I've ever seen. Oh, I don't know, there's quite a few out there, Scott. Lens flare from the lights. Oh yeah, that'll say fake. Whatever it is, it shoots off very quickly. Boom! Of course, if that was in the sky, in a city like that, you'd think there'd be more than one person that filmed it though, hovering there before it took off. What's this one? Left high school to make money online. Who's that? 1.5 million followers. See, we're doing it wrong here, aren't we? Another old fake video shared by this clickbait account. What's this one? NASA has captured footage. Here we go again. Nocturnal News better not see this one. He'll put it up on his channel. Seagulls. Balloons. No, CGI. Is it going to shoot off and do anything crazy? No. Ah, that's disappointing. The video has been debunked since 2018. It was created using a photograph taken by NASA, which can be found here. So it was a static photograph with CGI added. Okay, what have we got here? Yeah, there's the original photograph. This is all Scott does now, is debunk CGI stuff. Totally fake images. He's left all the hard stuff to me. And Mick West. What was that one? Oh, that one, Third Phase put up with a whole bunch of stuff claiming that got dropped into the car park, wasn't it? Who made that one? Totally fake images explained in old posts. Yeah, I can't remember who made them though, but they're fairly obvious. I'll just mute that sucker. Yeah, I remember this one. Russians! KGB files. That looked like a kite then. What the hell's that? UFO shooting lasers. Oh, look at that. Real nice tracking. Now, what's this? There's a balloon. What is that? Oh, yeah, it was on Third Phase. I was just going to say, why is Third Phase not putting that one up? Where's that? Mayan? No. Rome? What's that place there? Looks like Aztec or something. Oh, right. It is, yeah. Mayan Aztec. Just shows it's a bit skinny Bob video is a lot better than this. Hey. It goes on a fair bit, that one. That looks like out of Flash Gordon. And what's this? It looks like something Tyler would put up. UFO taken off from the moon. Now what's this? A biplane UFO? What the hell is that meant to be? Battlestar Galactica. Oh, aliens shooting. Yeah, well, we didn't see that on the CNN, did we? Aliens shooting up a city. It never made it to our TV channel. We got blimps now. And then we got Mars. So amazing all the effects you can get on Adobe After Effects, all these scratches, and you can see it has a repeating pattern to it though. Gives it away. Because they've used it on multiple clips, you can see the same sort of pattern happening. So you know straight away it's CGI. But anyway, just in case Goofon's watching and doesn't know how to spot CGI, you look for patterns and pattern matching and mistakes. Absolutely false and total BS. See, he doesn't mince his words there, Scott. Beyond top secret Texan dark web videos. Here's another clickbaiting UFO user who shares videos of old UFO cases. Yeah, I wonder how much money they make. They probably got more subs than I have. Remember that? I was talking about this in the video and I discounted it. Well, apparently Scott said exactly the same. He thought it could have been a drone, but he didn't analyze it like I did, and he made the mistake, and now he's corrected it. Correction, thanks to me, I should say, for a heads up, not a remote control Millennium Falcon as reported earlier. And if we click on that, does he have the original report? No. There was it. And apparently it's a combat simulator, and it probably says here, does it? A YT 1300 light freighter Millennium Falcon was seen flying today. That's the original video we looked at on, was it third phase? Put that garbage up. Someone did. I can't remember who it was now. Yeah, where's the original post? No. Was it on that one? There's a video clip. What's this? The original video. Nope, it's a DCS. Let's see, latest atmospheric effects update. Hey? Oh, talking about VFX effects. Reason why you see a sundog. Okay. Digital compact simulator, so cool. Yeah, but maybe he deleted the other tweet then. I didn't see the original tweet. He felt embarrassed. Maybe it's further down here. Ah, right, here we go. Nice Star Wars RC. See, he was quick to the gun there, unlike me that analysed it. Well, at least he updated himself, unlike his shill UFO channels out there. Nothing mysterious, just skydivers. That boring one. I think we got there last time, didn't we? So, nothing new there about the new stuff that's just come out. That'll be all the talk tomorrow, probably. Let's have a look. Maccabee, where is he? They should be up by now, shouldn't they? It's funny, Mick West keeps saying that he's up for a challenge, but whenever I give him other videos for his opinion, he says it's not worth his time. You know, like the Gabber videos and a few other videos that we weren't sure on. But yeah, strange guy. Says one thing publicly, but in private says nah. So when was that? 20 minutes ago. So he is up. So what's this one? UFOs exist in the Liz, the low information zone. Is he still on about that? Skeptical Inquirer. What we got here? Rabbit Hole. Signed book. You can't just extract a few words from an interview, add some new words. Oh, Goofon does. And what's this one? News Nation used some CGI stock footage to illustrate a story about supposed real UFOs, because the real footage is all pretty boring or just wrong. You gotta love Mick. The problem with this is they put this in the same segment as footage of Gimbal and the ridiculous green triangles, and put Corbell on there with his waving hands. Actual footage of initial UFOs. Okay, what we got? Brief history of scientific recovery of cosmic spheres from the ocean floor. So R.V. Loeb's been doing this stupid thing where he's trying to fish up meteorite fragments from the bottom of the sea, pretty much. Little spheres that break off, heat up, and reform. A bit like raindrops. Metallic spheres can easily be collected with simple magnets. Iron core meteorites, is it? Approximately 1 million cosmic spheres have been collected from the ocean. So when does this date back to that he's posting? The paper is from 1985. There you go. Yeah, so is he replying to, or is he retweeting it? Thought we might better see the R.V. Loeb article or something. Micrometeorites are surprisingly common. They look pretty cool too. Yeah, some nice colours there. Mostly metal looking though. What we got here? Did UFO whistleblower David Grusch leak the green triangle UFO video? I reckon he did. To Jeremy, because that would explain a lot. Corbell and Knapp have previously stated clearly that Jan Stratton was not a source. Will they say the same for Grusch? And on to those again. So nothing new at the moment, so see what happens over the day, I guess. They're the only two counts just to check up on, and probably Green Street. Let's just have a look what he's up to. Anything new? Come on. I'm just making a right mess of my page here. I think that might be that dark thing or something. Or I scaled up the font too big. No, it looks alright there. There we go. Let's just have a quick look at his page. Holy shite. Laughing my ass off. What's this about? A bot for angels. What's that? What's that? I'm missing something there. What else we got? Cosmic Judas. This is awesome. Is that something we've read out already? Any person found guilty of concealing UFO from public shall face the grievous consequences of execution by fire and squad. What's that from? Establish and maintain secure and intimate camps estimated for housing skeptics and debunkers who question or challenge the existence of UFOs. I think I'm in a living hell anyway, I don't need a camp. Not sure where that's from. A fake document, maybe. MJ12 document. Couple of pages of response records of complaints on Tic Tac stars. Indications they are still rattling on about the army crater on which they failed to public report, and more in our latest from Expanding Frontiers Research. Consumer who owns stock in the To the Stars sought advice from the Securities and Exchange Commission on how to recover. What's that? How to pay back all the people that bought the crap. Not entirely clear how much money the individual gave. Along in his UFO promoting corporation, but they indicated to the SEC they own 200 shares. For some context, of 2022, they own 200 shares of the Two Stars. Again, a consumer wrote the SEC in 2020. That's not Oswald, is it? Have never seen anything telling me how to sell the stock to return my investment. That's because it's gone. It's in Nap's pocket. Your advice me as to the options in selling my stock. Sounds like they're in the shite, doesn't it? FOIA file to nomination letter. Response records. It's too much reading. I'll post a link to that anyway if you want to have a read of that. It's never ending, is it? Information overload. We always thought it was dodgy anyway. Tom D. Long sick. Yeah, so if everybody wanted to trade in their stock even though lost, they can't do it, I suppose, sounds of it. What money? Al Greenstreak, he certainly does bring out the stuff that's not reported on, doesn't he? And he does a better job. He actually investigates. He's not a copy and paste journalist. Harry Reid listed 14 names currently part of ORSAP, his embattled ghost hunting program. And Lou wasn't on there. Michael Green. Yeah, well, too much. I gotta wrap up now, guys. All these other stuff. I thought I had the energy to do all that, but yeah, we just went off in all different directions as we were going through all that. So I'm going to say good night. The subs went down. I thought it got up to 6 before, but maybe I got bad eyes. And then, but it's a horrible place. I like Twitter. Better than any other, better than Facebook. I got rid of that crap. This is why I didn't have Twitter. What, too much reading, too much drama and politics. Yeah. Chapters a day in my life. Thanks for the work. Get yourself well. I don't think that will. I'll be here and I'll be like maybe doing a live show, and I'll probably have a heart attack or something and die on a live show. This is why I don't have Twitter. I try Twitter. I bought $100,000 of stock in FTSA, and now it's worth all those small things. Alright guys, if you didn't watch the beginning, go back and have a watch and see me bitch and moan about stuff again. Well, I really pointed out the hypocrisies and how Google really loves censorship, and they don't care. They're only interested in the money in the end, in the end of days, when it comes to copyright especially. Else they would be helping out channels like me and see that clearly a parody falls under fair use. Good night. See you again soon. In fact, I might be, if the weather gets better. Actually, before we go, I might just bring up the camera and just do a quick check outside. I'll just do that now. I showed it at the beginning, but we'll just see if it comes up. Yep, got 4 cameras. There we go. It's currently in pitch black outside at the moment. That's color night vision, and these ones on infrared, and you can see this. Actually, what's happened? My mouse. There's meant to be a way we can open up full screen. Here we go. So I kind of like this new program. This is where I'm heading. This is what I've been mucking around with for the past week, as well as setting up my outside camera. But yeah, I can't see any stars. There's a lot of cloud cover here still. And this one is my original camera that has telephoto optic zoom. But the chip on it is not as good, I don't think. And it doesn't have really good focus like it should have. Not too sure why, but it has been in storage for quite a long time. But yeah, we should be able to use that. Hopefully be able to see the planes up close as they're flying overhead at least. So if we go to preset 3 or 7, let's try 7. There we go. It's looking straight up. 6. Unfortunately, I can't rename the presets. Let's get around. Look like it's working. Pitch black here though. Now it's getting into focus a wee bit there. It's zoomed out maximum there. Let's zoom in. You can see it go out of focus probably. It's the wrong direction. It's going up. Oh look, we can see some stars. Oh, I saw you. You saw some stars, I think. It's not too bad of a camera, but it's not as good as the newer ones. Okay, I think they're 2 stars. Looks like they're blinking. Can't see the clouds like we can on the other newest camera I've got. But at least it's got 20 times zoom. Let's see if we can zoom right into it. Whoop, we're going to go off the edge. There we go. Does that look like stars? UFOs, man. I don't think it's quite in focus. Alright, is it going to go in focus? See, I don't think the focus works on this program. See another star here, a little tiny one. Focus, what's that, up close? Which it's not. Has it changed it? I think it has, isn't it? And that one there. Looks like they got bigger again, is it? Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure if it's doing anything. Looks like it might be trying to do something. Do you have to click on it each time, do we? Goes in and out, maybe. Anyway, it's coming along. So I should be able to do a skywatch project. I've got to get the compass set up on the camera. So if I go downwards, you can see the cover where the phone's meant to be. Now it's all outside permanently all year round. Hopefully I've waterproofed it enough. I've got it on the eaves. We should be good until the motor seizes up. You know, there's always going to be something that goes wrong. Being upside down, the directions are wrong, backwards. So going up is actually going down. So let's go down. And seeing if the guy will give me an option to switch it. I'll probably have to zoom out. Oh, here we go. Going down still. There we go. And that's looking at the, what do you call it? Trestle, or whatever it is, woodwork on the fence. Zoom out. That was nicely in focus then. And now you can see the cover where the phone's meant to fit in, which will give us the compass bearing. So yeah, I'm just going to use that, and that browser there that I set up. You can go and watch at the beginning of the show if you missed it, and all the apps I've got set up to do it skywatching properly, the proper way, with using the apps in real time. And everything's recorded. What we see is what we get, plus we got the high definition versions also if we see something incredible, 4K or 2K, depending on the cameras. Anyway, got to get going. Stay tuned for the next show. It might be a skywatch one. It might be afternoon, so you may be in bed if you're in UK. Oh, wrong one. But I'll be going from probably 5 PM maybe. Then have a break for dinner, come back, and then we'll go into the evening and see how long we go for. Might be an 8-hour stream. Another day sitting in on this. Okay, good night guys. Ended now. Thanks for liking, sharing, and commenting on the video. And add anything I messed up in the comments, or other questions, or email me. You can find the link there on my home YouTube page. Hope you enjoyed it anyway. I did. Some new stuff there. I don't know why anyone has to fake stuff. There's plenty of material, and get your own cameras. Because it's a bit like ghost hunting. People will sit there and watch the skies with you, playing plane spotting, whatever. There's all sorts of people out there bird watching. Better end task this. I mean end capturing on Google. Good night.